Look. Hi, Melissa. Good to see
Hey,
you.
Julie.
Did you get your book?
I did. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my husband picked it up and was just like, who gave you this? What is this?
I should have put it in an envelope. I knew it.
Illicit material. I'm looking forward to reading it.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Wells.
Hello.
It looks like we're still waiting for Trustee Davidson and Vice President Doss.
Yep. I'm just eating while you guys, while we wait for them.
I had my COVID booster shot yesterday, just FYI. Oh my.
How are you feeling?
I woke up this morning, feel like a train hit me. I was like hurt all over and my head hurt and I feel tired. So I was slow motion getting going this morning, but I'm still here. I think the second one hit me harder than this one, but
Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
oh, thank you.
We'll call someone if you just fall out of view. We'll let someone know.
Well, just FYI, you guys, if you plan to get the booster, plan accordingly. Like plan it on a day where you have a couple days to just rest.
Should I start it or should I don't know if we're waiting for Dr. Wells.
Wells is here.
I'm here. I was just eating.
Oh,
I'm
you're
sorry.
doing the same thing I'm doing, trying to eat. All right.
I don't see
I'm gonna
Brian.
start this so we're not
Is
too
Brian
late.
Doss here? Okay.
No, but we're 5 minutes past, so I'm gonna
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Hi,
Oh, it didn't make the recording sound, but we are recording, right? Okay, then I'm going to call to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, October 12th. Can we get a roll call?
Yes, student board member Dana,
Here.
student board member Lyra,
Here.
trustee Boyd,
Here.
trustee Davidson,
Here.
trustee Jerome,
Here.
vice president Doss. Not here yet. And President Hinckley,
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here, and trustee Doss is here as well.
Ah, there he is. And Vice President Doss. Okay, thank you.
Great. For those who want to join, I will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And can we get our mission and vision statement and meeting norms read, please, by our student board members?
I think Allison might be having internet problems. Oh, okay. I see.
I'm going to share them on the screen. Just one moment.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm having internet problems right now. I apologize. Okay, perfect. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of students.
Our meeting norms are as follows. Maintain a focus on what is best for our students, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully, endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students, and make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their own points of view, even if one disagrees.
Thank you so much. So in closed session tonight, the board approved the superintendent's evaluation tool for 21-22 school year. And we have two recognition items, or one recognition, one spotlight. We'll start with the recognition of our Week of the School Administrator with AUSD Resolution 21-2205. I will hand it to you, Superintendent Wells.
Well, thank you so much for that. And we can look at the backup that I think the backup exemplifies what this special moment is in time, a week of the school administrators and administrators in general. And so the backup information is the purpose of this item is for the Board of Trustees to adopt resolution number 2021-22-05, recognizing October 10th, that's today, this week, through the 16th, 2021 as Week of the School Administrator. Here's some background information. This year, October 10 through the 16th of October, 2021 has been designated by the state of California as the Week of the School Administrator. This week provides special recognition and appreciation of their dedication to the Albany Unified School District. Albany administrators provide outstanding leadership at the sites and the district-wide. The efforts of our leadership team are appreciated by students, staff, parents, and the Board of Trustees. Albany leaders are dedicated professionals who commit long hours beyond the normal workday, and let me add, many, many weekends in the interest of Albany students, staff, and the community. And I would ask the board if they would be so kind to take the honors of reading the resolution for the Week of the School Administrator.
Of course. So I will start resolution number 2020-2105, Week of the School Administrator. whereas leadership matters for California's public education system and the more than 6 million students it services. And I'll hand it to Vice President Doss.
And whereas school administrators are passionate lifelong learners who believe in the value of quality public education, and
Trustee Duron.
Whereas the title school administrator is a broad term used to define many educational leadership posts, superintendents, assistant superintendents, principals, assistant principals, special education curriculum and assessment leaders, school business officials, classified leaders, and all school district directors are considered administrators. And
Trustee Boyd.
Whereas providing quality leadership and service for student success is paramount for the profession, and
Trustee Davidson.
Sorry. Public schools operate with lean management systems across the nation. Public schools employ fewer managers and supervisors than most public and private sector industries. And I can do another. Whereas school leaders depend on a network of support from school communities, fellow administrators, teachers, parents, students, businesses, community members, board trustees to promote ongoing student achievement and school success. And
Trustee Lyra.
Whereas the state of California has declared the second full week of October as the week of the School Administrator in Education Code 44015.1, and
Trustee Dana, you want to finish it if your internet's hanging in there?
Yep, it is. Whereas the future of California's public education system depends upon the quality of its leadership. Therefore, be it resolved that the Governing Board of Trustees of the Albany Unified School District proclaims October 10th, 10/16/2021 to be Week of the School Administrator. Be it further resolved that the Governing Board of Trustees of the Albany Unified School District encourages, I can't see the rest of that. Encourages all members of our community to join with it in personally expressing appreciation to our administrators for their leadership, dedication, and devotion to their work. And then, yeah.
Great, awesome. Thank you all. Is there a presentation you wanted? I saw a slideshow somewhere in there. Do you want to do that before we vote on the resolution, or?
Let's go through the slideshow. That would be great.
Oops. Sorry. There you go.
We can slow it down.
I believe that's it.
And here today to accept the resolution is a representative of the school administration and administrators in general, our very own Liz Verheimer, principal of Carnell Elementary School.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wells. I don't know how I got picked to be here, but I'm very happy to be representing this fabulous group of administrators, colleagues, and friends who care a great deal about you, your children, and all of the community in Albany. Thank you so much. And I I accept the honor of having School Administrator Week be October 10th to October 16th. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. So with all of those smiling faces etched in our minds, does someone want to make a motion to approve this resolution?
I move that we approve this week, October. Julie, could I please see the actual wording?
One moment. Yep.
That we approve resolution number 2020-2105 this week, October 10th through the 16th, as week of the school administrator.
Second.
Student trustee Dana,
Yes.
student trustee Lyra,
Yes.
trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
trustee Durand,
Yes, go principals.
vice president Doss,
Yes.
president Hinckley.
Yes,
Thank you.
the resolution passes unanimously, and I know we all bow before all of the amazing work and skill that goes into those jobs. So thank you, Principal Reimuller, for accepting that on everyone's behalf. So our spotlight tonight is the AUSD food service program, and I believe we have Sabina Feinberg here to talk about it.
Yes, we have our very own Shiro. You know all about the fine work she did during the start and the and throughout the pandemic, making sure not only our kids have been fed over the last 2 years, but our entire community and surrounding communities were properly fed, and giving great sacrifice. And I won't get into all that, but it's just great to see our own Shiro here tonight presenting and in the spotlight to talk about her food program. And so at this time, I turn it over to our I call her director, but her official title is chief chef, Sabina.
Executive chef.
Executive chef, that's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. And hello to the board. I'm waiting for Julie to put up my,
Okay.
there it is. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome. So I'm gonna just go over a few points tonight, a few highlights of what's going on in food service. You can go to the next slide. There we go. Okay, so as you know, meals are free this year, breakfast and lunch. And so you can see here on this chart that our participation has gone up quite a bit. The blue lines are where we were at, like the daily average for 1920 pre-pandemic, about the same time period as now. And the red is for what our numbers are right now. So you can see that there's a very large increase, especially at the middle and high school. Next slide, please. So for breakfast participation, only about 7.5% of students were getting breakfast in 2019-20, and now we're at about 15.5% of students of our entire student body in this school year. Next slide, please. And for lunch, you're looking again at the blue was the daily average in 2019-20 pre-pandemic, and the red is the daily average so far this year. Higher numbers, but yeah, the participation has definitely increased. Next slide, please. So in 2019-20, about 26% of our students were participating in our lunch program, and now about 41% of our students this year Next slide, thank you. So as far as food distribution, we are serving, breakfast and lunch in person. No, we aren't doing any grab and go meals right now. I've been, supporting the principals with their plans for controlling the lines and the social distancing. One of the things we've done at the middle school is to use tally sheets instead of the POS computers. We started out using the POS computers, but it just took way too long. And we found that it really wasn't necessary. We could just tally the number of students going through the line. And we also moved all the sales of snacks and beverages outside on the quad and the blue cart that's run by parent volunteers. That also makes the lines go a lot faster. And at the high school, we opened a second point of service. So over in the gym lobby, we have the snack shack where we're selling food and snacks out of there. So it helps to alleviate some of the crowding in the multi-purpose room at the high school. We've reduced the number of menu items a little bit to make it, that just makes it easier, less choices, less time. We've also hired a lot of students to work in the cafeteria, which we've done that before, but now I'm trying to make sure that we have plenty of students to help our staff, because every little bit counts and helps the lines go faster and get kids in and out of the multipurpose room as soon as possible. I've also been working with the campus supervisor at the high school to try to figure out some way of controlling the lines. One of the things we're doing is only letting about like 20, 25 students in at a time and letting them get through the line, and then letting another group of students in. So that's been helping. And then at the elementary schools, I usually have one staff person serving, but there's so many kids eating now, it really requires 2 people. So I've added a staff person at Cornell, and I'm working on hiring another person for Ocean View. Next slide, please. So there have been, I'm sure everyone has heard about all the food supply chain issues going on, and we, just like everybody, we are affected by that too. We haven't had any skipped deliveries, but there has been some delays. Some of the food products that we usually use, we haven't been able to get. So we have to do some substitutions or some menu changes if necessary. It's been hard to get the paper products, like the paper trays that we use at the elementary schools. Sometimes we just can't get them, so we just have to use paper plates or something, paper boats that we have. There's been some equipment and like parts that we need to buy to repair equipment that has been very delayed. Our food costs are definitely higher because it's, there's just so many products that we can't get. Sometimes we have to choose a product that is higher, plus just all of the purveyors are just raising their prices. So when I can't get products, I do have to go to local stores like Costco and Restaurant Depot. I end up going probably twice a week to fill in the gaps of products that I can't get. And we've had to change the menu. Luckily, not too much, but just recently we had to change the elementary school menu a little bit. So I make sure that we notify parents as soon as we can in advance so that they know what's going on and the students know what's going on. Next slide, thank you. So some highlights of food service. The reimbursement rates have gone up. Breakfast, we're getting reimbursed $2.71. For lunch, we're getting $4.56. That's quite an increase from 2019-20. We were getting $3, and I'm sorry, we're getting $1.84 for breakfast and $3.65 for lunch. I've been working on improving the menus, trying to have some healthier options, more salads and veggies. And like at the high school, I've introduced a flavor bar. So we have a rotating menu one week is a baked potato bar, one week is a nacho bar, one week is a pasta bar, and then we encourage students to, you know, choose a protein and vegetables, and then they can have different sauces and things. So that's been really popular. Kids are really happy about that, and we're just trying to do what we can to get kids to eat more vegetables. I'm looking at updating the vending machines at the high school. One of them is not working, the other one is on its way out, and it's really important to have that access for students to be able to get snacks when they can during the day. So that's one thing. Another thing I'm working on, pizza days at the middle school. Pizza is really popular at the middle school, and we have so many more kids eating at the middle school that we keep running out of pizza. And so we've decided to just make 2 days, like all pizza days. And then on the other days we have no pizza, and we have the other like greatest hits that they like. So we'll see how that goes. And we were able to get some new tablet computers for the middle school, which we put out on the blue cart where the snacks are sold on the quad, and that really helps to get the lines moving really fast and helps us improve our sales, which is really great for the food service program and great for the kids to be able to have access to those things that they like to eat. And I believe that is the last slide. Any questions?
Great. Thank you so much. And I'm glad this year is maybe not back to normal, but is it's not last year. So thanks for all the work you've done to adapt to all of these challenges. Are there any questions, Board? Trustee Duran.
I did have just one question, which is, can you clarify, snacks are totally different, so kids pay for snacks as opposed to the breakfast and lunch?
That's
Is that correct?
Yes, meals are free and snacks are, there's a charge for that. They're all smart snack compliant snacks and beverages. Yeah, so that's a lot of our revenue comes from those snacks. So it's really important to keep that part of the program going.
Thank you. And I did like your presentation was great. Gave me all the information I need, and I had to reminisce because your first beautiful slide on strawberries. I used to pick strawberries in the fields in Salinas many years ago. So beautiful slide.
Thank you.
Trustee Lyra.
Hello. I just wanted to say, like, firstly, thank you so much for this like really comprehensive presentation. And I know it's like such a big challenge to like feed so many students, especially with like free lunches being a thing now. And yeah, I think I really appreciate like the work that you've put in, like just seeing how many students are like eating food, and like seeing the number go to like from like almost 25% to like almost 50%, like really made me smile. I think it's great that so many students are having the opportunity to get lunch and that you guys are accommodating that. But as a high school student, I think you mentioned that like now instead of letting all of the students into the lunch line at once, we're like staggering that. And while I totally like see the logic behind that, I went to get lunch on Monday, and because of the staggered lines, like now there's just this huge crowd of students waiting to like get in, which packs us like tightly together, and we're right next to the bathrooms. So it's like the ventilation is not exactly great there. So I was just wondering if there's any like more possibilities of expanding more like areas at the school for students to get lunch. I know we have the area next to the gym, but more students tend to go to the lunch line and the NPR instead.
At this time, no, there is no other place to have a second point of service. And I know what you're talking about, and it's something that we're looking at. Yeah, we're just trying out ideas to see what we can do and try to help the flow a little bit. But I hear what you're saying, and it's definitely something we're looking at.
Thank you.
Yeah, to add on to that, I just had like one quick question. As for the what is it? It's the lobby outside of the gym where the I think like salads and sandwiches and stuff. I know that the hot foods are a lot more popular like as of late. So is there any way for us to get like hot foods in that area?
Well, I don't have a way to keep hot food hot there. So for safety reasons, I don't do that. But I can look into, options of
we could
getting equipment or whatever to do that. Yeah. It's also staffing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're working with what we have right now. I definitely would love to expand that area.
Yeah, definitely. I find it really like just because the two are easy access on either side of the school, it's kind of hard for students, who are further on one side than the other and they want hot food. Like,
Yeah,
really
I hear you.
Planning and everything.
I
So.
hear you. Yeah, and it's a little bit of trial and error. So we're trying it out, and when we can, we'll definitely make some improvements and changes.
Sounds
Thank you. Thank you both for your input. I appreciate it. You guys are right there on the front lines, so I appreciate your feedback.
Great, thank you so much. And one other comment, Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, Executive Chef Feinberg, and also just to say that I have a middle schooler who is very excited at all the options that she now has for lunch, and I have an elementary school student whose mouth is watering at the various choices and is very much looking forward to when she too can get all those different options and be a big kid. So thank you for everything that you're doing to give wonderful and healthy options to our students.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Executive Chef Feinberg, for updating us and for all your flexibility in a year that continues to pose unexpected challenges along with the expected ones. So thanks again for joining us. And that concludes our spotlight for tonight. We now need to approve our agenda for this evening. So I will take a motion on our agenda.
I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second that.
Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student Trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Jerome?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
No, sorry, yes.
Thank you. President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. The agenda passes unanimously, and now we need to approve our consent calendar or discuss any items.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
They're out there. I see them. I don't think we have any discussion, so if someone wants to make a motion.
I move that we approve tonight's consent calendar.
I second.
Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student Trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Trustee Jerome?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Thank you.
The consent calendar is approved unanimously, and we will move to superintendent and board member reports, starting with Superintendent Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. Tonight, I only have 2 items to share with the board, and they're important items. One of which I just wanted to illuminate and revisit to double down on the great appreciation that we have for our school administrators. This is for the community, that we have our principals and our assistant principals who we take, this time of the year, this week, we take time out to let them know we appreciate them through a card, through saying, hey, I know I'm running every day. I'm just dropping my kid off. I just want to say thank you for what you do for our kids every day. I'm encouraging the community to take time out to do that to each one of our principals. They don't like that I'm saying this, but let me tell you, it fuels that tank and it takes them further than they could even go. And so just pausing to say thank you to your own principal and vice principal would go a long way. And I encourage parents, each and every one of you. I go a step further. I challenge you, each and every one of you, to take an extra minute to step out your car, go to the where the principal can be found, and tell that principal thank you. It goes a long way. And so I encourage you and challenge you to do that. My next item for tonight is called visible learning. And visible learning is a process whereby, and I'll tell you why I'm sharing this, process where we are inclusive, collaborative, and transparent. And you heard me say that over the last 2-3 years about how important it is to strive to be that way. Again, inclusive, collaborative, and transparent. Visible learning deals with leading and learning together. And then finally, it's a data-informed strategy for all students. And so as we look at our #1 goal here in the district, and that is student achievement, we want to start engaging in visible learning. Now, what is that visible learning stuff you're talking about? And I'm so glad you asked. It's demystifying the mystery and making it known about what our kids are learning or should be learning, who is succeeding and who is not, and how do we respond to those kids who are not succeeding, whereby the community, the board know that this is the approach we're taking. Our leading education researcher, Dr. John Hattie, coined this process as visible, a new way of a check and balance, accountability. Accountability is not slapping someone on the hand when they make a mistake, but it's making learning and our check and balance very, very visible. This is part of looking at our tier programs. For example, we should all know, including our board and our community, what do we do, for example, on the academic side of the house for all kids? What do we do for those kids who are not making it? How do we respond? And then what do we do after we incorporated intervention for those kids who are not making it? What kind of intensive support do we provide? Hence our last tier level, level 3. That should be something that's articulated, well known throughout the community, and every board member should be very familiar with that. Hence, learning visible learning. In John Hattie's research, he has included that the top evidence-based practice is being intentional about making time for teachers to look at the data, make sense of the data, and to respond to the data for every group of kids, be it tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and that's the direction we're moving in. And that data tells us whether or not we should reteach a concept or send a kid on to some intervention, or maybe a tier 3. This kind of practice and engagement, Dr. Hattie says, is the sole practice that significantly closed the achievement gap and even possibly eliminating it. And the hardest part of this is about being intentional, carving out time for teachers to grapple with data and have time to work with their colleagues to respond to it collectively, hence the collective efficacy approach to student achievement. I think it's important that the board and the community know that as an administrative team, we decided this year to be lead learners. And what we mean by that is that this year we're studying John Hattie's most recent book called Visible Learning, and we are looking at the research and looking at specific research that can be immediately applicable to our practices, where we can make some small adjustments that can benefit kids in a big way, so that although we are a high-performing district compared to our neighbors, when we disaggregate the data, we see that our historically disenfranchised kids are not making the kind of progress we want them to make. And so in order to do that, we have to do things differently and be more intentional about that work. And we would talk about throughout the year this visible learning concept, our multi-tiered systems of approach, and our UDL, Universal Design of Learning, as we look at different kind of research evidence-based strategies to really move the needle so that we move away from the rhetoric of student achievement being our priority and to having it reflected with new results that we can be proud of for every kid in our district. Madam Chair, President Hinckley, that concludes my report for this evening.
Great, thank you so much. I'll just report on a couple of events I got to go to over the weekend. On Sunday morning, Albany's Pride, which is the parent engagement group for kids and parents who are LGBTQ. I don't know who saw the rainbow that they painted in the spring, but they did an even cooler job on Sunday to commemorate National Coming Out Day. And it's always fun to be part of that group. And I'm hoping that we can maybe make some permanent rainbows around our city, around our district. So that was a lot of fun. And then on Sunday, the outdoor awards event for the Albany Education Foundation celebrated a lot of the incredible staff and volunteers and parents and community members that we have in the district who are working to make life better for our students. And just a great organization, one of many organizations that we have in our district that is helping to raise funds and get them directed to really great programs. And so that was a lot of fun. It's exciting to finally see these kind of events re-emerging, even if they're a little bit different than they used to be. So I was just grateful to be able to participate in a couple of fun things as part of our community this weekend. And that's my whole report. So Vice President Doss, go ahead.
I don't have a report this evening. Thank you.
Trustee Duran.
Okay, I want to first apologize to our Filipino community for overlooking this month is Filipino American History Month. And hopefully it was brought to our attention by API, parent organization, and hopefully we won't overlook it next year. And they did send some information, which I hope gets out to all the schools. The second thing, in line with activities here in Albany, yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day, and there was a first for the city of Albany to raise the flag of the Confederate villages of Leshon, Ohlone on its ancestral homeland. And not only did they they're the first city to raise this flag and acknowledge the Federation, but also it's going to be permanent. So it's a great, first step, a symbolic step, but a very important one for the Leshon Ohlone. And the other comment I wanted to make was it was long overdue, but the governor finally signed legislation regarding ethnic studies being a course requirement for high school graduation. So a little bit of victory for the people.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I don't really have a report, so I'll just take a quick moment to add on my thanks and gratitude and appreciation to our administrators and celebrating them. Just the little bit of a view that I now get, the increased view that I now get into all that's required to do that, to even call it a job doesn't sound like enough, to commit to that mission, and just the dedication and the long hours and the balancing of all sorts of different needs, and the grace under pressure in extreme circumstances, particularly over the last couple of years now, is really exceptional. And our schools are exceptional, and our district is exceptional. And I am just grateful for everything that is done to have such a wonderful high caliber of schools. My daughters and I are very appreciative. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
I will just echo the same sentiments of appreciation to our administrators, and just a quick reminder that the pumpkin patch is still open for Cornell at the Westbury Nursery, and all proceeds benefit that school site. And that will be my report.
Thank you. Student board members.
Hi, everyone. So our report is just two short things about things that are happening at the middle school and high school, and then something and then we wanted to talk about Indigenous Peoples Day for a little bit. So at AMS, the tardy policy is now in effect. So after a student receives 4 tardies, they're going to have to spend Thursday afternoon at school for 20 minutes. And after 9 tardies, they will have to spend Friday afternoon at school for 30 minutes. And more information about this policy can be found on the AMS website, and there are bulletin boards around the school that also have more information.
And then as for AHS, the 12th grade financial aid night is tomorrow, October 13th from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. And the Zoom link for this was sent out Sunday night to students via their school emails, and then to parents via Parent Square. So make sure to check that so that if you have a student who is a senior, they will be able to attend and get their necessary information. And then another giant event that is happening at the high school that's really exciting is homecoming, which has begun actually today. So today's event was basically the teachers and staff played volleyball during lunch, and all the students crowded around and watched. It was outside on the baseball field, so safety precautions were fine, and it was really fun, great kickoff. And then basically homecoming, if you don't already know, essentially is a collection of sports and events that all lead up to the final football game, where the winner of all of these sports and events, so each sport and event has like different points associated to it, and then whichever class ends up winning that sport or event, they end up winning whole homecoming, and it's announced at the football game. So the football game will take place on the 22nd, which is a week from this Friday. And then the events include Capture the Flag, which prelims tomorrow, I think, yeah. And then there's girls football, which prelims on Thursday and Friday, and then boys volleyball, which prelims Monday. And then I think the finals end up going like next week. So basically all the grade levels are competing against each other. And then there's also a bunch of other non-sport events, such as the lip sync battle, which is basically a giant dance battle, and decorating the high school in various colors. So if you have any students that attend the high school, it would be really nice to encourage them to participate, because it's a really fun Spirit Week event. And then also there's a lot of different ways they can participate, and there are different themes for each day. There's dress up days and stuff, so be sure to check that out. I think there might be some information on the website, but I'll have to double check. There also might be, I'm not sure if there's emails going out to parents or not, but yeah, make sure to ask your kid about it, because they definitely have received an email. So that's it for homecoming for now.
But if you miss out on homecoming, don't worry, because we already know how it ends. The seniors are going to win. So
I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. And then moving on, similarly to as what like Trustee Duron was talking about, Allison and I would like to take a moment to recognize that yesterday, October 11th, was Indigenous Peoples Day. It's imperative that we acknowledge that Albany lies on the Aboriginal homeland of the Muiwekma Ohlone people, and that they are the original stewards of this land that we now occupy as settler colonizers. Allison and I both understand that the Board of Education has like long been interested in creating a land acknowledgement to be recited at our meetings. So we suggest that like we reach out to like local Indigenous communities to receive guidance as to how best to recognize them and their history. And if anyone is like, oh, go ahead, Allison. Sorry.
Oh, no. You're fine. Keep going.
Gonna say, and if there is anyone out there like interested in learning more about the Weewekma Ohlone tribe, we encourage you to visit their website at www.muwekma.org.
Yeah, and then we just want we're probably gonna say this at the items to agendize at the end of the meeting, but in the future we would like to see all of us here on the Board of Education to get the Indigenous Peoples Day recognized as a holiday in this district, because we know that Oakland, Berkeley, and West Contra Costa Unified School Districts all don't have school on October 11th, and we believe that we should follow their example as students. So that's just something that we talked about.
Great, thank you so much. We now move to persons to address the board on matters not on the agenda, and I see 2 hands up, starting with Chris Knight.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, first off, I'd like to say student board member Dana was right about the volleyball game today was lots of fun, and I had fun, and all the staff had a lot of fun on that. So it's been so nice to see all the students out and be participating in homecoming week. Okay, so dear board members and Albany community, the best thing about this year so far has been the hidden moments our teachers get to experience every day. To hear student laughter again in our classrooms, to get to say hi to a parent as their child has dropped off in the morning, to get to see our coworkers in person again. We teachers got into this profession because we love to see learning happen and we're relationship driven. What a potent reminder we've been getting these last 2 months. These two things, learning and relationships, go hand in hand. Of course, this year has had its share of difficulties. Maybe the greatest is the readjustment that comes after 18 months of living in relative isolation. Right now, our staff are making a massive collective investment of time and energy into rebuilding students' socio-emotional skills, reteaching how to be a student, be a part of group projects, how to play nice, and sometimes how to simply be a friend. These skills are important, but they're hard to teach, especially while simultaneously addressing the academic achievement gap that has been exacerbated by the pandemic. Our promise to you, the community of Albany, is that we will continue to provide the type of emotionally supportive and academically challenging school experience that we have become known for in this district. This is the work of Albany Teachers Association, and we will bring our full selves to it. Of course, to enable this, we need to invest in our teachers. Tonight, you will be hearing from Albany's teachers and community allies who will be sharing their experiences this year, both the successes and the struggles. Board members, it is our sincere hope that these stories will serve as a reminder of the direct connection between the learning experiences of Albany students and the emotional and intellectual labor of its teachers. We hope you will choose to compensate our teachers as the dedicated professionals that they are. Sincerely, Chris Knight and Stephen Naif, ATA co-presidents. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. And Julie, if you don't mind putting the timer up for the rest of the comments, that would be great. Go ahead, Miriam.
Hi, this is Miriam Walden. I teach history and English at Albany High. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So I want to tell you a little bit about what it's like to teach English. I have 29 students in my English class, and I wanted to give them extra attention to a big assignment they've been working on for weeks, to write a short story. I wanted to be able to spend at least 10 minutes looking at their second to last final draft and giving them a deep edit. With 29 students, 10 minutes each, that's 4.8 hours of reading and editing for one class, for one assignment. Most English teachers have 5 sections. That would be 24 hours of reading and editing for one assignment. That's why teachers work 60 hours a week and still feel that they can't give their students enough personal attention. And that's why you need to pay us much better than you do. You can't afford to lower class size, which would actually address some of the problem, but you can afford to give us a raise. If you think about the fact that 4 out of 8 English teachers resigned at the end of last year, this is why. And the only solution is to at least allow people to afford to live in the Bay Area, even if they can't manage the workload without feeling like crazy people. I also want to talk a little bit about FastBridge assessment, which costs you a lot of money and which I just did on Indigenous Peoples Day, and which produced very little information I could have told you about my students after 2 weeks. How about if we stop spending money on administrators and tests and start spending money on teachers so that we can do our job?
Thank you. Jeremiah.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Jeremiah, and there's a hobby I've been working on for over 10 years now. And I've been calling it school zones. And to me, school zones represents slower driving speed, like the DMV handbook. You know, if you're driving around a school, there's a school zone, so it's reduced speed. You know, the average speed in a residential area is 25. So if you have a school, it should be slower, you know, especially during drop-off times in the morning and pickup times in the afternoon. We want traffic to be slow around our schools, especially elementary schools, because these kids haven't even learned how to not chase a ball crossing the street. You know, they have those instincts just to run out in the middle of the street to chase a ball, you know. So I've tried to get speed bumps on Cornell and Talbot. This city's hard cookies for safety. You know, so I'm trying to make this school safer for all our students. And I've been a voice for over 10 years, speaking up for students who have no idea what's going on, who can't speak for themselves and attend city council meetings and transportation. Also speaking up for parents who are busy at night cooking dinner and don't have time to be on these meetings. So after 10 years, it's finally on the transportation's work plan. And they have renamed it something different than school zones. It's like reduced speed or something. But when this comes up on the agenda, I would love everybody in the city's support, the parents, the teachers, the students, school district support for school zones. That way it passes and we can get money from the state for crossing guards and keep our students safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana.
Hi, thank you. This is Michael, Dana's husband. I'm the parent of a 6th grader and an 8th grader. We've been attending at Albany schools since way back in TK, actually, for my youngest. I understand that teacher salary negotiations are going on, and I want to take a minute to express my absolute support for our teachers and the need to give them the salary increase they deserve. Teachers are just in general underpaid as a whole, and what we ask them under normal circumstances is already too much. What we've asked of them the last 2 years has resulted in teachers leaving the profession in record numbers, not just locally, across the nation. They're stressed, exhausted, underpaid. These last 18 months, we've asked them even more of them than their usual duties. We've asked them to pivot to online teaching and connect and educate our children over screens. In the spring, we asked many of them to pivot again within days and teach some of our children distanced and masked. This school year, as Delta was surging, we asked them to come back and teach and connect with our children in person to manage their reintroduction to pseudo-normal life after an incredibly stressful 18 months at home. Our teachers did all of these things. They did it with grace, skill, competency, and caring that they've always shown for Albany. They are truly an incredible group of teachers. They are why we are here in Albany, why parents like myself and many of the parents, or all of the parents I know, came to Albany. Please show this community that you truly value our teachers and show them the respect and support they deserve. Give them a raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken.
Thanks. This is Ken McCroskey. I'm a parent of a senior at Albany High. And I want to say, of course, thank you to school administrators and teachers. And parents, if you could do everyone a favor, and if you're going to go thank that school administrator, could you park in an appropriate spot and not the red zone while you do that on your drop off at school? Thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. I'm speaking tonight in support of outdoor graduation for both Albany High and the AMS commencement or advancement. This is something that many parents are in favor of, and there was a letter sent to the board. This may require upgrading the sound system at Cougar Field. There may be some small additional expenditures, but in this time of COVID and maintaining safety, a lot of us think that an outdoor graduation is definitely the way to go. So I'm personally willing to help organize and set up for that event. And I hope the board will help the school with any additional small expenditures that are needed to support that event. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina.
Hi, I'm Christina. I teach transitional kindergarten at Ocean View, and I wanted to just share a vignette that happened in my class a few days ago. It was choice time, and I was working with a student at the calendar area. We were working on a critical project. We were counting the days until her birthday. And as we were working on that project, she noticed that some of the days had stickers and some of them did not. And after some careful sounding out, we discovered that those days were Saturday and Sunday on the days that we don't come to school. And she looked crestfallen. And when I asked her why, she said, "Oh, I want to come to school on those days. I love coming to school." And when I hear my students say things like that, when I see their happy faces running towards me at the beginning of the day, that's what makes my heart sing. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing my job. And I just wanted to share with the community how much I love working with these children and how much I appreciate all the other hard work that the teachers do at our schools and how much I really believe that our students deserve the best.
Thank you. Neva.
Hi, my name is Neva Peskin. I'm a parent here in Albany. I wanted to voice my opinion and full support for our Albany teachers regarding the negotiations that are going on currently around the salary increase that Albany teachers have requested and fully deserve. Honestly, I'm frustrated and disappointed that the increase like this is just not a given. Our teachers have always been dedicated to our kids. Our city and schools are sought after because of them. This year and a half has proven to be the hardest our teachers have ever known. Amid so much uncertainty and shifts between in-person and virtual learning, our teachers have been learning and implementing new methods of teaching, learning new safety protocols, and now they're back in person, navigating a new kind of teaching to classrooms of children in which there is a great disparity and readiness for learning and all kinds of new challenges never seen before. This year, Albany received a large increase, the largest increase in state funding in recent memory. I'm asking we please prioritize our teachers and in turn our students, not reserves. We need to show our utmost gratitude to Albany teachers for showing up every day with kindness, wisdom, and empathy. And this increase should be just the beginning. Every student deserves our best, and Albany teachers need to feel valued. Thank you.
Thank you. Annie J.
Hi, thank you. I'm Annie J. Fishberg. I'm a teacher at the high school. And I just wanted to come out and tell a little story about kind of the teacher workload. So as you might know, the quarter ended at Albany High School on Friday. And because of trouble with Aries, we didn't have the grading window open until Monday. So the quarter ended, but we couldn't enter the grades until Monday morning. And so that puts a serious time crunch. I am also the theater producer. And so I teach a full day of teaching. And then after teaching, I rush down to the theater to oversee and supervise the theater students as they are getting ready for the fall play, which is the first weekend of November. And then when that ends around 6 o'clock, I am conducting interviews for the spring musical director. And then I take a stack of all of my students' work and all my grading home with me. Because of housing prices in Albany, I live in Richmond and I don't own a car, so it's a 45-minute bike ride home. And then I get home and I grade all of my students' work. I do my best to really rate feedback on all of their math work. And at the beginning of this year, I had a student, I handed back the very first homework assignment and he looked at it and he read all of my comments and he said, "How many students do you have?" And I said, 125. And he said, "How do you have time to write all of this?" And I said, "You know, it's important." And so I do it. And I think that it's just really important to see the work that teachers do, to value the work that teachers do, because the work we do is so valuable to our students, and we need to have a pay that respects that. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian.
Hi, thank you. So yeah, I just wanted to echo the comments of a lot of people tonight about, you know, how we pay teachers. And I think there's really kind of a stark choice in front of the board and in front of all of the parents in the community who support the board or who don't, which is this: we either believe our teachers deserve the same kind of dignity and respect that we afford other professionals who are paid enough to live in the Bay Area, to live in Albany, you know, like people who work in management, people who work, you know, in professions like nursing. We either pay people at a level that shows our respect or we don't. And I think one of the things that both the board and the administration and parents need to realize is, you know, if we don't pay the teachers a level that's sort of consistent with how we do or should respect them, our kids will eventually come to see that. And, you know, these amazing experiences they had with teachers, they'll then have to reckon with the fact that their parents or their community didn't pay their teachers, and whether they reflect on it for a great amount of time, consciously or unconsciously, I think that has an effect on what kind of citizens those kids are going to be. Do they care about, what do they learn about how they should care about people who do this important work of teaching? This is an important part of how we teach our kids, how we pay our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty.
Hi, this is Miss Patty. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Fantastic. I'm Miss Patty. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Cornell. And I really wanted to come on and just share, I guess, how much I love and appreciate each of these special little humans in my class. It has been so amazing this year to take the course that I'm taking through Stanford online in my own time and take that math into my classroom to try to elevate all of my learners to believe that they can be mathematicians and deep thinkers. And my biggest success story was one of my students sees another teacher on campus, and she came up to me and she said, "Did you teach your students that mistakes are learning opportunities?" And I said, "You bet I did." And she said, "Oh, one of your students today, I made a mistake." And he said, "That's okay. It's a learning opportunity." And to have that come back at me in such a surprising moment reminded me why I do this job. And then I came home and I looked at my property tax bill and I realized that it's going to take me like a month and a half of my payment to make that payment. And that's just half of it. And that was really, really a stark difference for me to be doing this job that I love so much and to feel like I'm not really being paid enough where I could afford to live here. It's difficult. And I wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you. Roger.
Hello, I'm Roger Halston. I'm speech therapist at Albany Middle School, and I'm delighted that I am back in person with students again. But I am also very concerned that at Albany Middle School, 100% of the special ed teachers are new to their positions. At the end of last year, every single special ed teacher left. And when you have 100% leaving, all 4 teachers leaving, there's obviously a problem. I am really concerned about maintaining the quality in the special ed department there. And so I've been spending extra time this year trying to help these new people to the district understand what our systems are here, because every district's a little different. I came to Albany School District 11 years ago because, in part, because Albany has a really high quality program. And I am really concerned about being able to maintain that program. You need to attract staff. Right now, half of the new hires aren't even working permanently for the district. So they're through agencies and they're going to be leaving, no doubt, because that's just what agency work is like. You don't generally stay. So I'm concerned that we really need to raise the wages enough to maintain quality staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just gonna make sure we have no other comment on matters not on the agenda. Seeing none, I just want to thank everyone for calling in. We always love hearing from the public and our staff. So we will now move to our first staff report for the evening, which is updates on our COVID-19 protocols.
As you know, we've been committed to bringing a update on our COVID-19 protocols by our Chief Liaison, Executive Director of Student Services, Alexia Ritchie, who will be bringing the update tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells and President Hinckley and the community that's joining us today. I have a brief update for you. And in particular, I'd like to focus on 2 topics. The first one being our plans for lunch when it does rain. And the second one is the status of our vaccination records, specifically for students. Next slide, please. As you know, each of our campuses is different. It's different physically. It's different with the amount of students. And so you'll see that the plans are broken down by campus. And again, there's some subtle differences between all of them, but our main goal is to plan for a safe lunch when it rains for all of our students and staff. We'll start with Cornell Elementary. Cornell Elementary, during rainy day lunch, will be implementing quiet eating time, so no talking for all students. There'll be a focus on eating. When they're inside the multi-purpose room, they'll be inside for less than 15 minutes. And again, the focus is on eating and no talking during that inside eating period. There are also dots on the benches to provide social distancing. That's already in effect. Students will be sitting with their classmates only, again, to protect that cohort status. There are large air scrubbers on all doors. There are large air scrubbers on, and all doors will be open for ventilation. At Cornell, all of the students will be returning to the classroom for inside recess with their masks on after they eat. And Cornell, again, will not be implementing the salad bar during rainy day lunch in order to speed up that food service line. Our next school is Marin Elementary. As you know, Marin is separated between 2 campuses, and it's primarily an outdoor school. So there will be outdoor canopies for students to eat. There again is a quiet eating time, so no talking for all students while they're eating. They will also return to their classrooms for inside recess with their masks on. And again, while they're inside, there'll be large air scrubbers on and the doors will be open for ventilation. Our next school is Ocean View. Some consistent themes, as you can see. There will be quiet eating time, no talking for all students. While they are eating inside, they will be sitting with their classmates only. Social distancing, again, the use of dots for seating. The tables are spaced apart. 15 minutes with masks on for eating. The large air scrubbers will be on and all doors will be open for ventilation. And again, the students will be returning to the classroom for inside recess with their masks on. The middle school and the high school also are very different. As you know, Albany Middle School students will be eating on campus, unlike the Albany High School students, which do have off-campus lunch still in effect. However, for both of these schools, they will be opening the gym and the hallways for eating areas, and additional outside canopies will be raised so that students can eat outside and be protected from the weather. Those are our plans for a safe lunch when it rains. Our next slide is going to be introducing our latest vaccination status. And as you know, we continue to collect the vaccination status for all eligible students via our informed K-12 data collection dashboard. And the following percentage of students have not responded yet, so we would really encourage our community to respond by checking your email or contacting your student's school's main office to submit your vaccination status information. Again, if we're looking at the eligible population, we do need about 43% of our sixth grade families to respond, 27% of our seventh grade, 22% of our eighth grade, and that would complete our information for the middle school. At the high school, you can see the ranges. In ninth grade, we need 20% of our families to respond. Up to 12th grade, we need 22% of our families to respond. Again, this information is going to be critical, especially since the board is going to be reviewing and discussing the student vaccination requirements for Albany Unified School District students. With that, that's my presentation for tonight. I'll open it up for any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Board, any questions about either the outdoor plans or the vaccinations? Yeah, Trustee Davidson.
Thank you for that. I just have a, hey guys, sorry. I just have a couple of quick comments on this, and I'm sure people can anticipate what they are. One, there have been asks for outdoor eating options and outdoor tenting since before we went back to school. To see that that's not happening at some or most of our campuses is really upsetting to me. I understand the parameters that we're working in, but it feels like we didn't take these requests seriously, and now we're just squeezing and scrambling again. The other thing is, I feel like eliminating the salad bar when our food executive chef said that she's trying to get vegetables into our kids at every opportunity, but we're going to take it away if it rains. I don't quite understand how that makes sense for keeping our kids healthy. I get the timing of it, but I think we need to get creative here. I've talked to a lot of parents who would not be very excited about their kids eating inside, and I get all the parameters we're setting in place, but to have asked for it so many times or something and have had nothing done at almost all of our campuses, that's really, really disappointing to me.
Thank you for the feedback.
Other questions or comments? All right. Well, perhaps we could, I think, get more updates as we move along. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Dana.
You're okay. I raised it after, just after you looked away after you asked. Yeah, I just had a quick question. So for high school and middle school lunch happening in the gym, like what is the situation for that? Do we have that mapped out? Because I was unsure are the bleachers going to be taken out? Like, what is the seating for that? Is it just like everyone goes in and crowds in and sits? Yeah, just wanted to know more detail.
Good. I think Principal McNally is working with his team on a strategy that would, again, promote the idea that inside is going to be a quiet eating time, that the students are expected to help clean up after themselves. I know he's also working with the custodial staff to see how that can work when it comes to that many folks in the gym or in the hallways eating. But I think Principal McNally will be rolling this out with his entire student body over the next couple of weeks.
Okay, perfect. I'll just like relay any future questions onto him.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Lyra.
I noticed it on the report. Yeah, we still need like a substantial amount of responses when it comes to like the vaccination, like information. What ways do you suggest that we like continue to get parent engagement in this? And like, especially if you have anything at the high school, Allison and I would love to help with that for sure.
Wonderful. Thank you, Trustee Lyra, for that question. And I do think that the very next item on the board agenda will probably help us get the percentage of return increased, because when and if, and of course the governor has already proposed his student vaccination mandate, when that becomes in effect in our district, we do need 100% participation. Otherwise, we'll be assuming things that we are not ready to assume, i.e. we can't assume you're vaccinated just because we haven't heard from you. We can only assume that you're not vaccinated. And if you're not vaccinated, then that might spurn a testing regime. So I think it would be very valuable for the students and the family population to give us that information early. As you know, when there is a positive case, we also need to know who's vaccinated so that we can identify who would be eligible for modified quarantine, who would be able to come back for in-person instruction. And so we do appreciate the number of folks who have responded already, but eventually you're absolutely right, Trustee Lyra, we do need 100% of that information verified.
Great, thank you. And actually, I'm going to go to public comment and then come back to myself, starting with, wait for the timer. Great, thank you. Yilan, go ahead.
Hi, it's Yilan Zhang. I'm a parent in Albany. May I ask AUSD to provide scientific reports or public data to validate student COVID vaccine mandate policy? According to my research, this vaccine mandate has more risks than benefits. First, CDC and FDA papers have stated that COVID vaccine was designed to reduce symptoms and it won't stop transmission. I have studied AUSD COVID dashboards for this school year, and it turns out the positive case rate in highly vaccinated staff group even doubles the infection rate than that of student group. Second, COVID is less fatal to under 17 than flu. In US, the total number of COVID deaths under 17 until now is 478 in 1.5 year period. It's almost the same number as the total number of flu deaths for under 17 in a flu season. Third, COVID vaccine is an emergency use experimental vaccine with unknown long-term side effect. Implementing vaccine mandate may put AUSD in the blame point for any vaccine side effect. For example, a 37-year-old Seattle mom recently passed away because of COVID vaccine side effect. According to her obituary, she was forced to take the vaccine because that was a requirement to be a room mom. What a tragedy for her and the school. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, we will be talking about the vaccine policy in a future agenda item. So, yeah, no problem. Just letting you know, or actually just letting the other potential commenters know. Moving to next, we have Jeremiah.
Hi, good evening. My comment is about the salad as well. Salads is dietary fiber. It's very important to health. And then you want to take away health to speed up time. I don't know about the trade-off there. I don't know what's more important. I think health is more important. So my solution is to pre-make a bunch of salads. That way the kid could just pick up a salad that's already pre-made and maybe have some different options, 3 different options. Ones with tomatoes, ones with carrots, lettuce or spinach, and the kids could just take, oh, that looks good, or grapes, I mean, salad is a vague term. A salad could be a vegetable salad. Salad could be a fruit salad, and fruit salads are really delicious. Pears and peaches and sometimes a little Cool Whip. So I think, yeah, obviously salads are very important. So I think taking away salads, I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but I mean, if you need someone else to help pass them out, let me know. Also, when I was in Albany High School, we had off-campus lunch as well. And it's different with COVID because now off-campus lunch, let's say a student goes standing in line at Gordo's, that's where I would go. And all of a sudden you're standing in line with a bunch of other people who aren't vaccinated, who could be coughing in line. And then all of a sudden the student goes back to school and spreads COVID at school. So it's just the higher numbers of off-campus lunch bringing back COVID to the campus and spreading it to the teachers. So, all right.
Thank you. Joel.
Good evening, everyone. This is Joel, Marin parent, and I have a couple of points I wanted to make. The first is that I too am a little surprised and disappointed that there's not more emphasis on outdoor eating and putting some canopies in place at all the schools to allow more outdoor eating during rainy time. It seems like that's something that apart from the cost, is fairly straightforward to implement, and I'd be really interested to hear if there are barriers to putting canopies up so that kids can stay outside and eat on rainy days. In terms of some of the specifics with the different schools, I was struck by the fact that the slide about Marin didn't mention keeping the classrooms in cohorts and having dots to space kids out. And I'm wondering if there's a reason for that, or if that can be implemented. That seems like one of these pretty easy things to do. And then lastly, this wasn't a part of the presentation, but I would be really curious to hear updated pooled testing numbers, just in terms of the percentages of families that have opted in for that. My sense is that the things have been going really well. My kid talks about pooled testing as an assembly line that just goes really fast and works really well with a lot of good spacing and safety protocols and all that kind of stuff. So kudos to the staff that have been implementing that. But it'd be great to hear the testing numbers just to see how well we're doing overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be brief. I guess I was just quite curious and maybe a little concerned that in response to Trustee Davidson's question, there wasn't really a response to why there isn't sort of more outdoor seating, right? It seemed clear earlier that the board wanted a plan for more outdoor lunch space, covered space during the rain. The community clearly wants that. And I hear people's expression of disappointment, but I think the public and families and I assume the board too sort of deserve an explanation for why that occurred. and there probably, maybe there is one, right? Maybe it turned out to be not feasible. Maybe it turned out to be too expensive, or there's some other downside to it. But I would hope to hear why that happened, and I would hope the answer isn't just that the administration just decided not to do what the board seemed to be requesting it to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Strike.
Hi, this is actually Sarah. I'm a parent of a student at Albany High School. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. One, echoing some of the parents that express and teachers who expressed support for higher paid teachers. I've been a staunch critic of the public school system and how much of the funding goes towards the administration staff when those are not the people who are educating our children. And I've had so many issues with staff in the past that I just find the teachers the real heroes. So I fully support that. And I just know that they're the ones that are hands-on in the field, working with the students, educating them. Secondly, I'd also like to echo some of the parents talking about the lunch programs. And I'll just say one, that there should definitely not be an elimination of anything that's healthy for the students. I think a lot, as far as I know, a lot has changed in the school lunch program this year. It's gotten pretty bad, I've heard. And so I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't take any more measures to reduce the healthy options or the things that the students may like. So I wouldn't take that away. Also, I'll mention that I work in the film industry, and we've had, over the last year and a half, we've had a lot of success dealing with COVID. We haven't had to have major shutdowns. We don't have many instances where there's major breakouts. There are no vax requirements. We do test often. We follow social guidelines. We wear masks, and we eat lunch in tents outside, which allows us to socialize during our lunches, which is a very important part of the day for these students and a part of the lunch time. So I definitely think that you guys should consider doing something else rather than separating the kids or making them silent during lunch, or keeping them inside just confined. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenna.
Hi, thank you. My name's Jenna Regan, and I have a child at Cornell and at AMS. And I just want to echo what a lot of parents and Trustee Davidson said, kind of pushing back on the idea of having kids eating inside. It doesn't really make any sense that we're keeping them masked in the classroom all day, because we know that if somebody has COVID, we need some barriers in place. To put them inside at Cornell, for example, the multi-purpose room, where they're going to be unmasked in a mostly enclosed space with doors open, and keeping them in there for 15 minutes, hoping that if someone is contagious, they won't spread it to their buddy next to them. It really doesn't make any sense. I'm sure it's a logistical nightmare to try to figure out a way to have kids eat outside and under tents in the rain, but it's really something that has to be done. And so I hope that you will reconsider, and board, I really hope that you will push back on the administration about this, and hope we can all come up with a solution that keeps people, really kids, unvaccinated kids, truly safe. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to bring it.
I have a few
sure that was the
feedback.
last. Oh, sorry, I will let you answer. I just was making sure that was the last of the public comments, but it looks like it was. So sorry. Go ahead, and then I see Vice President Doss's hand.
Great, thank you for the opportunity to address two of the issues that were brought up today. You know, we are currently maximizing our outdoor eating opportunities. And I do know that Director Borrego is working with every single principal, ordering the canopies, making plans with his crew to put those up in time for the rainy season. And so I just want to let you know that I really do appreciate all the thought and the effort that's going into creating these expanded outdoor eating opportunities, especially when we have our rainy weather. And then to go back quickly to the Cornell salad bar issue, as you know, again, each of the 3 campuses are very specifically designed, and Cornell does have a smaller multi-purpose room, let's say, than Ocean View does. And of course, Marin is using the one from the high school. And so just to let you know that Cornell will still be serving vegetables, they'll still be serving fresh fruit, but that will more or less be on the trays as opposed to at the salad bar. And we'll be looking at that procedure to see if that makes sense moving forward with the rainy weather. Thank you.
Let me add to that. In addition to that, we heard from our school board members, we heard from the community. We will take a step back and revisit our rainy day plans, and we'll come back with some updated versions that I think might be more suitable after further review. We are in a pickle right now with the limited options. We in no way did not want to have more space overnight, but we realized that we have to reshuffle some things and prioritize. And so we're going to step back after hearing the feedback. And I think this is why it's good to come with updates so that we can get feedback and hear from the community, hear from our board members, so that if there's some issues there, we can huddle up and reflect and readjust. So we're looking forward to bringing back an updated, reflective, with some adjustments to how we can create more spaces when the rainy day hit us. So thank you for the feedback. Thanks for the presentation. And to the community and to the board, we want to say as staff, we heard you.
Vice President Doss.
Thank you. I mean, it sounds like it's already been addressed, but since I already have my hand up, I'll go ahead and mention a couple of things I was thinking about, which is I thought that it was interesting that we were kind of planning to move inside when nothing's really changed. So, I mean, I was just kind of, curious with that. I think that when there is like a big shift and, vaccinations, come in, then I think maybe, shifting inside could be something that we look into. But I thought it was pretty clear that, I mean, the board seemed pretty unanimous, and we're not unanimous on a lot of stuff, but it seemed pretty unanimous that nobody wanted the kids eating this. I think that they ate inside one day by like mistake or something, and it was like, so I mean, that seemed pretty, but I'm not really sure there's been like a lot of opportunities for the board to kind of take a look at and be supportive on how we move forward with kids eating outside. So I guess what I mean by that is there hasn't been anything to say like, hey, there's this thing that we can buy and it costs this much, or there's something that we need to do some type of construction to move this portable that we're not using out of the way so the kids can eat here, or we need to dig up this in order to, accommodate that, or there's parts, there's this that we own that we're not really using, or we need to speak with the city in order for to be able to use some of their property in order to accommodate eating outside. Yeah, I mean, I think the time will come for kids to eat in, but I mean, I'm just thinking about the 5 to 7 year olds that I know and getting them to eat inside without talking and to eat within, that seemed like a lot of, I can't even put a price on what I'd be willing to spend to avoid having to try and keep those little ones quiet while they eat. Like I can't even put a price on it. Like, it's priceless. the amount of money I'd be willing to spend instead of me trying to keep like a kindergarten class quiet and tell them they have 14 minutes and 30 seconds to eat, and then they're like time to, I don't know. It seemed a little unreasonable to me. And I know I kind of said that in a funny way, but in all seriousness, it just doesn't seem fair for the kids and seems like a really negative, sounds like a really negative experience. My question is, I'm curious as to, I know that we have like a team of people working on this and that this isn't just like an overnight thing that we came up with. So I'm curious as to what our medical professionals had to say about eating inside, and if they kind of provided some additional information that might help ease the community's concern with the plan.
Let me just say this, and Alexia may want to pick up the rest of this. I consulted with Dr. Moss, our chief health official, about rainy day schedule, myself along with the other superintendents in Alameda County, and he made it clear that it was fine for them to eat inside. We need to take some mitigating measures, i.e. with the social distancing, because we're going to have rainy days and some days when they pour. And so when you have schools like ours, we need to be real, where in the best of plans, you're going to have with 600 kids at an elementary school, where they're not going to be spaces for all 600, even when you adjust lunches the way we know to do, that this is going to leave some of our kids possibly soaked if we didn't use indoor spaces, and create other kind of challenges. Having said that, we're still going to, based on what the board has said, I think the board has said that they didn't want kids eating in the inside, period. And so we want to make sure we're reading, because it wasn't a vote or anything. It was people expressing they shouldn't be inside, they should be inside. But my interpretation is that the board is united. It's based on what I'm hearing you say, Trustee Vice President Doss, on no eating inside, period. And if that's the parameter, we need to go back and, independent of what our chief health official says, and say, okay, how do we not have anybody eat inside? And look at spaces we can use as much as possible to have them eat outside when it's pouring, raining, and making sure we have enough structures for them to be under. So we're gonna go back and revisit that and work really hard to try to come up with something updated and something that's reasonable, and consult with our health officials about the pros and cons of that and share that information.
Just to clarify, I didn't hear the board saying under no circumstances should kids be eating inside. What I heard was disappointment that it sounded like, you know, the fact that we had been asking since late last school year for a lot of planning for outdoor space to happen, that it sounded like that hadn't actually happened. I don't think we should come away from this with you thinking the board is saying under no circumstances should children eat indoors. I think that we all understand that the rain, which hopefully we will have a lot of, poses these challenges. What I heard Trustee Davidson expressing and the community members, and I feel the same way, is that some surprise that we had been raising this over and over, you know, please give us an update on outdoor space planning. Please, you know, please prioritize the use of outdoor space, whether that means purchasing things. So to hear that we're just now ordering canopies, for example, is surprising. I just want to be clear that that's what I heard from the board, not never ever put kids inside. You know, that doesn't seem like a realistic policy decision. But I do think what I'm hearing is, you know, we would like to understand, even if we don't get an explanation for why that was not worked on earlier, and maybe there were pitfalls and reasons that didn't happen, but just to make very clear that we had asked for the use of outdoor space to be prioritized, and if there's, you know, if it's a funding issue or a logistics issue or what have you, that be made clear to us, you know, earlier, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to encapsulate a lot of different thoughts. So.
Well, Madam Chair, President Hinckley, thank you for the clarification about where the board sits, because as a superintendent, I'm hearing two different things. So I really appreciate that clarification. We can be ready to bring an update on some whys and why we're here and not there. We did have to prioritize, one of which was we wanted to keep the classrooms open so kids can come to school every day. So our number one priority shifted to making sure we have the infrastructure to do the testing. But we will try to do it all and make some adjustments, and we're happy, and we will bring back an adjusted plan for a rainy day schedule. And again, thank you for that clarification.
Trustee Duran.
Okay, I'm going to repeat a worn record, I think, by now. I do recall last year very clearly the board having conversations that were really pushed by Trustee Davidson and Trustee Boyd as well, that outdoor learning was an important aspect as we returned. And then with rainy day, of course, it would make sense that we would have this expanded areas for kids to eat outdoors. And you know, I hear the parent frustration, and I think you're hearing clearly board frustration, because like I say, this is conversations we've had in the past, and to have to, you know, repeat them is you know, we talk about collaboration, we talk about transparency, and yet oftentimes it doesn't feel that that's what our focus is, or those are the kinds of things we really, you know, want the process the way we want it to happen, which is being open and communicative, you know, and it's just frustrating. It truly is. And I think people have already expressed that well tonight. So it's kind of a thing of, you know, just lesson learned is that when we continue to have these same conversations, we really need to take them to heart and do something about them. That's all. I think we're all on the same page about this is about the kids, but I think it's how we get there, and really listening and taking advice from the board and from the community.
Great. All right. I think we all are on the same page now. So I'm going to move us to our next item, which is, and we're kind of bouncing back and forth here between staff reports and other types of items. So our next item is a review and discussion
President
of
Hinckley, I'm sorry.
board.
I'm sorry. I think there was
Yeah.
a parent who had her hand raised midway during our discussion.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Mariam.
Hi, thanks for giving me a moment to talk. Can you turn off your volume?
Yeah.
Just turn it down. Okay, sorry. My husband is here. I just wanted to say that in medicine, nothing is ever just fine. Dr. Moss said that it was fine, and I just wanted to say that I disagree with that kind of language. Everything in medicine is risks and benefits. It's always a complicated discussion of risks and benefits. And to have the kids unmask indoors, there will be risks. I can't pretend to know all the risks and benefits to have a complex discussion, but it's never just fine. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so now we will move to review and discussion board policy language for possible student COVID-19 vaccination mandate.
As you guys know, the board has been laboring over the question of, and exploring the ideal of having students having vaccination mandated among our students for the eligible population. There was a very rich discussion about that at the last board meeting. And so tonight we have an updated review and discussion for the board to look over a policy to consider, or at least some issues to consider tonight as a review and discussion. And the next step would be to get after some review and discussion is for the board to provide me with some direction on what kind of policy would like to have come back in anticipation of the next board meeting. And so staff who's been leading this work and also has met in her policy committee to vet through some key issues around requiring or mandating student vaccination has been our very own Dr. Ann Shin, who will be facilitating that presentation tonight. So at this time, I turn it over to Dr. Shin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wells. Ms. Shen, can we bring up the immunization board policy, please? Good evening, trusted trustees, distinguished district leaders, and caring community. The purpose of this item is for the board trustee to review and discuss the policy language that is being proposed by the board policy committee requiring eligible AUSD students to be vaccinated against COVID-19. At the September 28th meeting, the board began a discussion about a possible board policy related to vaccination mandate for students. During that meeting, the board gave direction to the superintendent to explore potential policy language. The board policy committee met to discuss and recommend potential language to add to the existing immunization board policy, as well as the administrative regulation. The committee chose to propose language in both sets of documents in order to clearly define the purpose of COVID-19 vaccination mandate within the immunization board policy and delineate and define how to execute the policy through the administrative regulation. Within the existing immunization board policy, the language that the board policy committee is proposing is written in blue. This language states, oh, is it not in blue in this text? Okay, there it is. This language states, in the interest of public health, proof of COVID-19 vaccination is required of all age-eligible students. When COVID-19 vaccinations become fully FDA approved, all students must be vaccinated in alignment with the California state mandate and exemption policy. In the interim, AUSD will align with AR 5141.31, which is the administrative regulation for immunizations. The committee is proposing this language with the understanding that the state of California intends to mandate COVID-19 vaccinations for all eligible school-age students on July 1st, 2022 for the 22-23 school year as one of the immunization requirements for enrollment. And that is all of the language that the committee is proposing to add to the board policy. Now, can we please take a look at the administrative regulation for immunizations? Again, the community proposed language is written in blue. We are proposing to add COVID-19 to the list of currently required immunizations, as you can see on number 7. Then immediately following, we are proposing the AUSD interim process for COVID-19 vaccination. The language for consideration are valid from October 26, 2021 until COVID-19 vaccinations are fully FDA approved for all school-age children, at which time AUSD will align fully with California state mandate and exemption policy. All students aged 12 and older must receive both vaccine doses no later than January 3rd, 2022. All other students must receive both vaccine doses by no later than 12 weeks after becoming age eligible. If COVID-19 vaccinations are not readily available, the superintendent has the authority to reasonably extend the COVID-19 vaccination submission deadline. The deadline extension shall be communicated in writing. Age-eligible unvaccinated students shall either be excluded from in-person school and referred to independent study, or shall undergo weekly COVID-19 testing provided by the district, unless the student is exempt from the COVID-19 vaccination as determined by a licensed physician. Age-eligible exempt students will be required to undergo weekly COVID-19 testing. We are proposing the either or language as option for the board to consider in making the final determination about the consequences for age-eligible unvaccinated students. This concludes the committee's proposal of the recommended language to be added to the existing immunization board policy and administrative regulation. We look forward to the next steps direction that the board will provide as a result of your discussion. This concludes this presentation.
Great, thank you. So board, we have a discussion to have. Go ahead, start us off, Vice President.
Thank you. I just was hoping the board could have some discussion around the language in terms of the superintendent can extend the date. I was hoping that we could change that to the superintendent can extend the date with approval. I don't remember exactly where it was, Dr. Shin, but it said for if the vaccines are not readily available. There it is. If COVID-19 vaccinations are not readily available, the superintendent has the authority to reasonably extend the COVID-19 vaccination submission deadline. And I'd like to add with approval from the board to that language. I would like, yeah, instead of,
yep,
I'd like for that to, yeah, okay.
You can actually take the superintendent out of it then. Upon the,
yeah,
be
you could
board
say the
approval, not
board.
superintendent.
If that's okay, if that's okay with the superintendent to remove superintendent and just put the board, then that's okay, because I'm assuming that it would be brought to the board by the superintendent anyway, if it was to be extended. So.
All right, I'm
but
writing
that's
down
just my
the
suggestion.
idea, and then we can decide how to wordsmith it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I have some.
Is that your only comment for now?
Yeah, just come back to me. I don't want to monopolize the time. Thank you.
Let me get clarification. Is this the AR or the policy? I want to be clear on that.
This is the AR.
Well, if it's the AR, you don't put the board, because see, the AR is what is how the superintendent had full jurisdiction over that. So what you do, you take that whole line out, and it's a non-issue.
Well, I think the reason it's there is to preserve, you know, what happens if we put this 12 weeks in, but then, you know, there's an unexpected vaccine shortage, for example. I think it's trying to put in there a step. I'm not on the policy committee, so I see Ann nodding, but I'm sort of making this up. But I think you don't necessarily just want to remove that, because the idea is that the deadlines are presuming that vaccines are readily available.
Yeah, I think there might be a little confusion. We're on the AR, and the board's responsible for the policy. So in the policy, the language that Vice President Trustee Dawes came up with goes over into the policy. It wouldn't be the AR, but we would fix it to reflect the spirit and intent, if that's okay.
Vice President Doss, did you want to bring up another issue? Your hand's still up.
Yeah, but you can, Trustee Davison raised her hand. You can come back to me.
I just need clarification. So I'm sorry, Dr. Shin said that what they were presenting to us was the either or language, but that's part of the AR. Not part of the policy, but we have the jurisdiction over the policy. I'm just confused as to which part specifically we're supposed to be discussing then.
Maybe Dr. Shin can explain what the process is for writing new board policy and AR. We have jurisdiction over both of these, but go ahead, Dr. Shin.
I think, yes, just like President Hinckley said, I believe you have jurisdiction to ask for certain language to be added to both the board policy and the AR. But Dr. Wells can correct me if I'm wrong.
So maybe we can start with trying to get all the concepts lined up, and then we can figure out which pieces belong in the policy and which pieces belong in the AR, because I think we still need to sort of cohere around what is it we're doing, and then maybe we can discuss at the end how the policy committee should go about approaching what goes in which piece. So the first issue that we've tackled is, do we have language somewhere about what happens if there's a vaccine shortage or less availability than we expect. So the other issues we still need to get through are the timing, the consequences, and how long students have after reaching age eligibility. So people want to comment on some of those? Well, I'll ask a question about the date. So I guess this partly depends on whether where we end up on whether this is a vaccine or test option or a vaccine or move to independent study option. But I was wondering how you came up with January 3rd, which is quite a ways out for students who are already eligible, and then how you came up with 12 weeks for students who achieve age eligibility. Just, I know different districts have taken different approaches, but especially if this was a vaccine or test mandate, I wonder if you would move that date up rather than waiting till January to start testing kids, you know, especially since we're still waiting for information from a quarter of our population. I would love to see a date that moves that along a little faster. So I was wondering how you came up with those dates, or what the policy committee's consensus was around.
I believe we really wanted to give everyone ample time to make sure that they could get vaccinated, especially in light of not being quite certain of the FDA approval. And we know that looking at many of the surrounding districts, like West Contra Costa, Berkeley, and Piedmont, they also had a January 3rd date. So we felt as though that was a reasonable date to make sure that all of our students could meet the mandate.
And what about the 12 weeks?
Again, we also wanted to give everyone ample time to make sure that they could meet the mandate. We wanted to obviously show grace rather than be punitive. And we felt as though 12 weeks was a reasonable time.
Okay, yeah, I'm just asking because I did see there's quite a spread among other districts. West Contra Costa is only giving kids 60 days. So 8 weeks instead of 12 weeks. And I think several districts are moving a bit earlier than January, but was curious to hear what the discussion was at the policy committee. Any other questions or comments around the dates in these? Is everyone happy with this set of both the initial deadline for students who are already eligible and then the timing for students who are not yet eligible? Yeah, Vice President Doss.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about the dates, and I just was wondering if there was any consideration kind of taken into it around, well, a couple of things. Like, for example, I tried to go and get a flu shot last week, and there were like 120 people in line. And so I left and like had, anyway, I ended up going another way, but it was like a whole process. So I imagine that when such a large amount of people are eligible to get vaccinated around the same time, that it is not going to be readily available. And so I'm just wondering if that was taken into consideration as the dates were being implemented, and if we think it's a great idea to have the same kind of cutoff or similar cutoff to the surrounding districts, because everybody's going to be scrambling to get this at the same time. And it's going to be like a larger number of people going to do it I mean, I'm just thinking back to waiting in line to get vaccinated, and I was in line for like 2 hours each dose. And so and that was like during the week when people were, so it was like during the day. And so I'm just thinking in terms of like was that taken into consideration, or like what the discussion was around that, and if we will be offering any like workarounds or any around being able to assist families with that.
We didn't specifically name that scenario as a reason, but I think that's another good example, Vice President Doss, about why we should give more time to our students, because there could be a number of scenarios in which they're unable to get the vaccine, even if they want to, as readily as they would like to. So again, we did not want to be punitive. The last thing we want to do is to exclude our students from attending in person. So we wanted to give them every opportunity possible to be able to get the vaccine and meet the mandate. And if we are able to host vaccine clinics to support that, we'd be more than happy to do so.
I just wanted to ask if Ms. Ritchie could jump in at this point, because she has been proactive in getting a clinic in Albany schools.
Thank you for the question. We have done some outreach, and currently they require at least 15 participants to hold a clinic. So currently we're not even sure if we can get that number of community members to participate currently. What we have been doing is we've been outreaching to say, as soon as that vaccine is eligible, age eligible for 5 and up, then we would like to host a series of clinics. And Alameda County, along with their clinic providers, will be reaching back out to us as soon as the eligibility is for 5 years old and up. And I'll be working with our student services coordinator, Kim Trutain, to host a series of clinics. We hope one during the work week, and we hope one on the weekend.
Great, thank you. And it did sound, just to reiterate that what Dr. Shin said, that they did consider that it might be challenging for people to get vaccinated quickly. So 12 weeks gives you a couple of months to make your appointments, which hopefully will be enough time. And then of course, those who've been eligible for a while would have until January 3rd to get their vaccination series complete. Any other comments on the date issue? I want to make sure we get through each of the components. All right, so the other piece, and again, some of this may end up in the AR, some may end up in the policy, but the big question is this language, which I just lost, the either or language of age eligible unvaccinated students shall either be excluded from in-person school and referred to independent study, or shall undergo weekly COVID-19 testing provided by the district. So this is probably the biggest thing we need to provide direction on tonight in terms of what kind of policy comes back to us. So I want to make sure we hear from every board member on this piece in particular. Because we can't leave it as an either. You can leave the rest of it as it is, but this is a decision we, obviously we're not voting tonight, but we need to provide enough direction for them to bring a policy back. Trustee Duran.
Okay, I'll just jump in since I was part of the policy committee meeting. If, you know, my personal opinion is that independent studies, as we have now, is not a really strong program for the kids. And I feel we need to provide an alternative until such time as the mandate goes into effect, and what is the the options we have are to either students go to independent studies or they do weekly testing. And it seems that at this time that weekly testing is an effective way to go until such time as the mandate falls in place. So this seemed like a good way to go, that it's not totally penalizing our kids.
Trustee Davidson.
So just based on our discussions in our board policy meetings, I will just reiterate what Trustee Duran said, that we want to keep our kids in school, and we feel like our independent study program would not offer as much as we would like to have more students added to it, and that I would prefer that we have the weekly testing be the language in this.
Thank you. Trustee Dana.
Yeah, just to reiterate everything everybody else has said, I already undergo weekly testing for sports. I feel like it's already a part of the routine, so it wouldn't be that difficult to encourage students who aren't vaccinated to do that as an alternate option, versus in-person or like transitioning between in-person school and independent study is a big change for the students in question. So in the interests of these particular students, I think undergoing weekly COVID-19 testing would be better. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Lyra.
I second what Allison just mentioned, and also, yeah, I completely agree that we should choose a second option and decide that students should undergo weekly COVID-19 testing provided by the district if they are unvaccinated. I think there really is a real benefit to returning to in-person school. I think just mental health wise as well, it's just a much better option, I think, for students to be able to preserve that as much as possible. However, I am curious as to whether independent study will still be like a viable option for some students who might prefer to go in that direction instead. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but it's just a general question of mine of like, will we still be able to preserve that program if we pick this second option?
So I don't think if we did the second option, nothing would change about independent study the way it's being done now. That's just an option for families that are not comfortable sending their kids back for whatever reason. So this wouldn't change that at all. Is that what you were asking?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Other board members? All right, so I also am leaning toward doing the vaccine or test option. I just think it's my primary goal with this policy at this point is just for us to even be able to mandate that people turn in information about whether or not they're vaccinated. I think that's going to help our program a lot, and the fact that it's been a month and we still haven't heard from a quarter of our eligible students. I think this is the leverage that we have to make that happen initially. And I suspect that our vaccination rates are close to as high as we hope they are. So I'm comfortable with a situation in which we're really testing those students. I think I might feel differently if our vaccination rates were very, very much lower. I have a language question that I can bring up later, but I do want to make sure that all board members have weighed in on this piece, because this is the biggest question, is what we're doing. Partly because my understanding is if this is I guess this is a question for Dr. Shin, if we choose the second option, or if we ask you to bring back a policy with the second option, would we still need to have any language around exemption? Or is it just you either provide us proof of vaccination or you consent to testing?
That's a really good question. I think although they have same consequence per se, it would be good to delineate the difference for our own data for people who would have exemptions. And again, especially when the state of California mandates it and requires it, we would have that documentation that would be needed.
Okay, so students either who didn't submit, who either said they weren't vaccinated or didn't answer or submitted a medical exemption, as I read the way this is written, all three of those groups would still be doing the weekly testing, but then we would have the medical exemption on the sort of on the books for whenever the state policy kicks in. Is that how you're thinking about it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we haven't heard from two board members about the either or piece. Trustee Boyd and Vice President Doss. Just want to make sure you're hanging in there with us. Yes, go ahead, Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. So I support the or language for the weekly testing for age eligible students who are not vaccinated. And I was also wondering about whether the medical exemption would exempt you from weekly testing. So I'm happy to hear what I think the policy is going to be, which is that if you're not vaccinated and age eligible for whatever reason, that you will be doing weekly testing.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
That is confusing. And I think it would be better. I don't know if it's necessary for us to have this kind of, to keep it there, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense to have it. So basically, I feel we should eliminate it completely unless the student is exempt as determined. I believe that sentence should go.
Yeah, I think if the or option is chosen, the unless will go, but the last sentence about age eligible exempt students will be required to undergo weekly COVID testing, that could remain. They will still be required to undergo it. I guess, if we implement all this, then our vaccine collection information would need to change a little bit as well, because we don't currently ask. That's not currently one of the options, but I think that's something that could be addressed later. But just as you develop the policy, it seems as if the board consensus, as I'm hearing it, is that we want the or option, and we want students who are unvaccinated and age eligible for whatever reason will all be tested, regardless of whether they've told us they're not vaccinated, they've provided a medical exemption, or they just simply haven't filled out the survey. The one logistic question I have here, or a request for the policy team to investigate, is we need parental consent for testing. So if we have a circumstance in which we have a family that is not providing consent, not providing vaccine information, I think I'd like to hear, in the next presentation or the next version, just our sort of strategy for handling that situation, because we can't test students without that parental consent, is my understanding. So hopefully that's a very small or non-existent group of folks, but just something that it would be good to think about before this comes back. I don't see any other. Could we just see the board policy language? I mean, the board policy language again, just to make sure everyone is. on board with this? Yeah, go ahead, Vice President Doss.
I think that it's a majority of people feel the same way, but I think I feel a little differently about the direction. But that's okay. That's why there's 5 of us. I don't see why we need a mandate if we're given an option for testing, if there's nothing preventing you from being vaccinated. Like if we have, I don't know if we need to add the option for or if there's exemptions, because the exemption is the or. So if because the way I understand and the way I understand it is, in order to go to any event in California that has more than 2,000 people, you have to be vaccinated to go inside. There's no exceptions. So you know, like even if you work there, if you want to use a basketball example, even if you are the best player on the team, you can't go inside the building if there's going to be more than 2,000 people there, unless you're fully vaccinated. And that there is no exemption for that. So even if you can't go. So that's like a voluntary thing. School is not voluntary. Like you have to go to school, and we are a public institution, so you have to provide a public education. So what I would prefer to see is we, instead of changing this mandate to make it not an actual mandate, to enhance the what we have for distance learning. So we weren't able to enhance it before, and there were a number of reasons why we're unable to do that. But if we have a mandate in place, that means that there will be more students in school and less students at home. So then maybe I'd rather see enhancements happen there than to not have the mandate be an actual mandate, because we're providing the option for testing, because that's kind of what we have now, which defeats the whole purpose of this. So right now you can either get vaccinated or do testing, but that's changing. And it's changing to the point where the school will be the only place that offers testing as an option. There's nowhere else is offering testing as an option if you're old enough to get vaccinated. You just have to go. The mandates are coming down. So the language I'd like to see is, if you are eligible and you don't qualify for the exemptions, then you have to get vaccinated, and you got to turn that in and let us know that you're vaccinated. If you have the exemption or qualify for the exemption, then we have something in place to make sure that you receive the public education that you have the right to receive, no exceptions. You will receive that public education, which is fine, because there are people who can't receive the vaccine, but that's a mandate, right? Where you're like mandated to do it. There's not that you don't do like the mandate and then there's like options where you can like do it or not do it. Like that's not really a mandate. That's a very strong suggestion, which is fine if that's what we want to do, but then there's no need for this policy. We don't have to do it. We can just keep going as we've been doing, and there's no need for the mandate. This just, like if we're gonna do it, we should go all in and make it a mandate. But if we're not gonna go all in, then I don't think we need to change kind of the direction that we've been going in. So that's where I am on it. So it might be a little different than the other board members. So I just wanted to be clear.
So to be clear, you would like this first option that unvaccinated students will be excluded from in-person school. So that is different from the other board members who want the second option, which is if you're unvaccinated, you get tested weekly. And just to clarify, that is not our current situation. We have no ability to require students to be tested right now. So this would lead to a different situation than we have now. It would be the same as the mandate that exists for staff, which is you are either vaccinated or you get tested weekly. So the reason that that still is different than we have now is that right now we have no ability to require students to get tested. And we also don't have the ability to demand vaccine information. So this would put us in a different situation.
So a little different than what you, they would not be excluded from in-person school if they have a medical exemption. If they have a medical exemption, they can still come to school with the, but I think that's what it says. So I don't need to like go over that.
No,
again,
so what the rest of the board is choosing or is asking to be brought back as an action item is cross out that sentence that says either be excluded from in-person school, cross all that out. And instead will say age-eligible unvaccinated students shall undergo weekly COVID-19 testing provided by the district. So that's the policy that I'm hearing the remainder of the board ask to be brought back. What I'm hearing you say is something different, which is that you want to delete the second sentence and instead say age-eligible unvaccinated students shall be excluded from in-person school.
Okay,
and then
but for
keep
the
exemption line.
or, okay, so for the or that the board is asking for or requesting is an optional, like I don't have to have a reason to accept that or, correct? It could just be personal reasons.
Basically, right.
Okay.
Whoever's not vaccinated gets tested weekly would be the outcome.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, so we have, I hear Vice President Doss saying he would prefer the policy to take the first option, but I think I've heard from every other board member that the policy that they'd like to see is, as I just read, age-eligible unvaccinated students shall undergo weekly COVID-19 testing, and then you will figure out what language still would need to remain around exemption, or if we still want to ask students to submit that for the future. Could we go back to the policy language just so we can? So this is just saying, you may want to, I guess this first sentence is not exactly true. Proof of COVID-19 vaccination won't actually be required under the way that we've written it, or maybe this is to encompass what will happen when the state policy takes effect. I don't know if you want to make sure that is written in a way that's clear, that we have our own interim policy, and again, I don't know how much of this ends up in the policy versus the administrative regulation, but the intent of this language is that obviously we will comply with the California state mandate once that takes effect, which we expect will probably be fall of 2022. So are there any questions or comments on this piece of it?
I have another question.
Yeah.
Okay. The testing that's required, is there a specific testing that's required, or are we gonna specify that, or is it already specified? I see.
It's a good question of whether that
Director,
needs to be in the administrative regulation. My understanding is it would be the same required testing that the athletes and others are undergoing right now on the campuses.
Quick clarification, if I could. We would
Yeah,
not.
please.
We would not be expecting these students to participate in pool testing like some of our athletes are. We would actually be expecting our students to be participating in what's called the color, the PCR testing that's sent to the lab. That way we can track who's getting tested. We can also track individual results. With the pool testing, we can't necessarily track who's being tested and the individual results. And so similar to our staff, we would be using the Valencia branch labs or the color testing platform for these students.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful to hear. Okay. So again, maybe, I don't know if any of that needs to be spelled out in the regulation or just part of the presentation next time. But the idea is they would be tested by us, to answer your question, Vice President Doss.
Thank you, because I mean, that's important because I don't want to add an additional, I mean, that, I don't know about everybody else, but that like affects the decision making for me and the voting for me, because I don't want to add an additional burden on the parent. And the testing, we make it sound easier than it actually is. I think this is important to state, so I'm going to state it, that the testing and weekly it's a lot more difficult to obtain than we may say. I was just recently having a conversation with a couple of parents last week that were trying to figure out like where they should go get tested and which test they can actually use in order to do what it was that they were like trying to do. Like, so, you know, it was like a required test in order for them to go do whatever it is they wanted to do. And they were trying to figure out like, oh, well, where can I go? And which test do I need in order to do that? How much is it going to cost? The tests are expensive. There are certain medical providers that are charging per test if you don't actually have any symptoms. So then they're charging per test. And then there's like some that are letting you, test regardless. So I think that all of that kind of plays a part for me, at least. So if it's going to be, if we're doing the mandate, it's going to cause an additional burden for the parent. I think that's important to know. If we're requiring the mandate,
the testing will be on campus. They don't need to take their kids to get tested somewhere else.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move to public comment on this item. If you don't mind putting, thank you. Start with, I think this is Sarah.
Hi again. Okay, I have a lot to say and hopefully I can get through all of it. Sorry, I feel very passionately about vaccination. First, I do want to quickly correct Brian Doss. You are wrong about events requiring vaccination. That's for the city of San Francisco. I'm not aware of any other cities currently that require vaccination and don't allow tests. I just went to an event in Sacramento last weekend with my son and we got tested and we were allowed in. So just
I was right about San Francisco.
You said the state of California, which is not true.
I said that there are. Well, I said that there are places.
Yeah. Okay.
And you just specified that I was right about San Francisco. Don't worry, we'll give you extra time.
Okay. So kind of moving on. So I missed last week's.
Move on, but you specifically used your time to make me wrong. So I decided.
Okay, we need to allow the public to speak without, please go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct that
point. You shouldn't, because I wasn't wrong.
I just wanted to correct that one piece. Okay, so I'm going to move on.
But I wasn't wrong. You want to try and get the last word, but I'm the board member and I can talk all night. You only got 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, but this is not respectfully, we need to allow the public to have their allotted time.
Okay, so I want to move on to my main point. I just wanted the public to have that piece of correction. That's it. I wasn't doing any, my intention was nothing else. So I can't really figure out why there's any of this language or any of this policy and what the motivations are to create interim policy before the state goes into this mandate. Because by the time that the FDA does approve outside of emergency use and approve this for 12 and older, and the state mandate goes into effect, this virus will be endemic, and this will no longer even be anything that we have to worry about. And the COVID-19 vaccine does not belong on this vaccine list that you previously had listed it under. This, first of all, this is going to be endemic, more like the flu. It's not like any of those other communicable diseases that are on that list. Secondly, this vaccine is not like any other vaccine. This is an unprecedented new technology. It's completely experimental. And this is just, it's like embarrassing that we're having this conversation even in this country, that we have to talk about forcing young, healthy people, young, healthy children to take medicine. Otherwise, their education is being threatened. And I just will say, like, remote learning did not work for my son. He failed. Albany Public Schools failed my son last year with remote learning. That was crazy. It was wrong. And we've moved on from that. He's in person. It's working. It's successful. I do not want anything to threaten that, but I also will not put this medicine in my child. I will not do it. And I just want to make a couple of points to support that reasoning and why I've made that decision. Our children are healthy. They've never been at high risk of contracting or spreading the virus. They don't get severe COVID. And there are proven and frequent negative side effects from the COVID vaccine for young people, higher risk of the vaccine side effects than getting COVID. So this should not even be a conversation. We should not be mandating or vaccinating our children. And you can even read on the CDC's website, the vaccine does not prevent you from getting or spreading COVID. The viral load is the same regardless of your vaccination status. So we're testing unvaccinated students, but again, it's the vaccinated students that are just as likely to be carrying it around if you're worried about them spreading it. Also, lastly, Pfizer is a serial felon, has paid the highest criminal fine in history for illegal marketing practices and suppressing adverse trial events. In a 1980s law, indemnified pharmaceutical companies and the government from being sued or being liable for adverse side effects from vaccines. So who will protect or support or be there, and what resources are available to our children who are having heart attacks or other side effects from this vaccine that have been frequent? This is just, I urge everybody on this board and every person in this country and in the state to push back on these mandates for our children. It's nonsense. There's no evidence that suggests that they're useful or important at all. These are healthy young individuals that are not getting COVID or spreading COVID.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but
that's all. Thank
our
you.
timer got misaligned.
That's okay. Thank you
because
for
of earlier,
allowing
but
me
I
to
think that was
finish.
2 minutes. All right.
Okay.
Sorry. Next, sorry, this order. Next we have Angela.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name's Angela Marsiglio. I'm a parent of a Marine first grader. I'm a physician, an ethicist, and I sit on the Health Professionals Advisory Council. And I just wanted to express my support for the testing option. I think until we have full FDA approval, it is really difficult to mandate vaccination. And so while this policy is an interim measure until full FDA approval exists, I think that the testing option is important to keep in the policy. But I disagree with many of the pieces of information stated by the previous caller, in that I don't think there are frequent side effects. I'll certainly be vaccinating my son, but I do think it's important to wait for full approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremiah.
Hi, thanks. So, yeah, my question was going to be, where is this testing taking place? And then you already said it's on campus. But what if a parent doesn't want to use the on-campus testing? Does a parent have the right to use their own medical provider? What kind of testing is on campus? Is it the long thing that goes all the way down your nose? Or is it just a little cotton swab, on the inside of your cheek? These are young kids under 18. So I really hope it's a less invasive test, especially if you're going to have to do it every week. That's going to cause agitation on your nasal cavity, having a piece of plastic. I don't know. This whole testing thing is kind of crazy because it's all done inside your mouth or inside your body. And also, is it mandatory that people need to disclose their confidential medical records? I mean, do people have to disclose whether they are vaccinated or not? Is that a freedom? What if parents or a student, they don't want to tell the school district whether their child is vaccinated or not vaccinated? That's their medical privacy records. So age requirements is getting younger and younger. Do we have the capacity for in-home learning at home for every single student in the district? I wish I had a little bit more time, but you can't force people to get vaccinated. And basically, and this whole thing, the last thing I want to say is that the pool testing for athletes, did I hear that it doesn't say which student tests positive? Like there's no name or anything. So if someone tests positive, you really got no idea who on the team has COVID. And if someone does test positive for COVID, a student with your weekly tests, what happens to that student that tests positive? Do they go instantly in home?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joel.
Good evening, board. This is Joel, a parent of a Marin student, and I just want to provide some broad context, which is to say that since their inception, vaccines are responsible for massive improvements in public health, and we don't provide an opt-out and a test option for other vaccines like hepatitis B, and it's really unclear to me why the board is considering that here. As President Hinckley, you noted that current vaccine rates are high in Albany, so we're likely to see considerable uptake among kids. Thankfully, despite some of the things that we've heard tonight, this is not a community where vaccine distrust runs high. I really think we should lean into that trust and anticipate that the vast majority of parents will choose to vaccinate. And I think that independent study should be the option for those that do not. And if independent study isn't an attractive option for most, I see that frankly as a helpful incentive to motivate people to get the vaccine. Let's remember that vaccines are one of the primary ways that we get out of this pandemic. Vice President Doss, as you said, is nodding the whole way. Let's go all in here to ensure that kids at school are vaccinated to keep them and our families and our staff safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariam.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I want to navigate this delicately, but my question is for Vice President Doss. So I was before the last board meeting, I was more kind of gung-ho on these, on this mandate. And last time you were saying, you were kind of talking about why don't we kind of motivate people, and you were talking about different ways to motivate people. And then I was kind of thinking about what you said last time, and it kind of softened me. I was thinking about, different groups of people that might feel uncomfortable with the vaccine, and how do we kind of increase buy-in instead of forcing. And so I kind of started to soften. And now I'm hearing you go the other way. So I'm wanting to understand, like, if you can explain more, if that's an okay thing to ask, because I was taking you as like speaking from some perspective that I don't know. I'm just curious now, because what you said last time had an impact on me. So I'm curious. Yeah, that's it. Does that make sense, or am I just rambling?
No, I don't think that's a
fine.
ramble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Vice President.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think that's a ramble. And I think that's a valid question. So I'm happy to clarify myself. And I have seen people lose their life to this virus. And I've seen people, and I have personal family and friends that I've lost to this virus. And I've seen more people that look like me lost to this virus. And I know that it is important to motivate and to convince and to talk to and to get people to get vaccinated. And it is harder to get people vaccinated that look like me. The numbers are just lower. They just won't go. And I can say that, right? Because, you know, they're my people, right? So I'm not offending them. Like they won't go. You know, I can literally name 15 people off the top of my head right now that I personally know that aren't vaccinated. And I can give you 15 different reasons as to why they won't go. They've all given me different ones. And I'm not going to even say one of them, because then all the 20 doctors in Albany that I know would all jump on this thing right now and like debunk all 15, right? But my point being is that some people you can like really convince and talk to, and like will follow the science, and like will truly understand what it means to get vaccinated, and that you're not only saving your own life, but that you're saving the person next to you, and that you're making the world like a safer place. It's like not drinking and driving. It's like not speeding. It's like being safer in a school zone. It's just making the world a safer place. And some people will truly understand that, and it's all good. And then some people are hard-headed, and the only thing they understand is mandates, which are you have to get vaccinated or you can no longer work here. All right, I gotta pay my bills. Then they get vaccinated. Boom, we just saved a life. Or some people, they won't get vaccinated until you tell them, hey, you can't come into your son's basketball game. And they really want to be a good mom, and they love their kid, and they've never missed his game before. So then boom, they go get vaccinated. Just saved another life. And so that's my thinking. I don't want kids to not go to school. I don't want kids to miss school, but I want their hard-headed parents to go get vaccinated and stop risking their life for no reason. And stop listening to people on like Facebook and like the weird, like, because they're not even saying don't get vaccinated on WebMD. They're saying it on some type of weird site that you have to like click too many times to get to, that says if you click here, it's going to spam your phone. Like, it's not logical. And so for people who aren't thinking logical, or who will say 2.9 billion people have been vaccinated, but I found one case where something bad happened and I'm running with it. For people like that, you have to mandate, because they won't go. And that happens in more times than not with people that look like me. And I'm trying to save lives, because I don't want to lose any more people that look like me, because we're already under attack by so many other forces. Like, it's amazing. It's like, you're not going to go get vaccinated, and COVID's trying to kill you. The police are trying to kill you. Like, racist people are trying to take you out. Like, there's so many different things that are going against you. You can eliminate this one by just getting 2 shots, or 1 if you get Johnson & Johnson. And so that is my motivation behind it. And some people just need to be motivated by mandates. So that is kind of my thinking behind it. It would be my hope that people wouldn't keep their kid at home, that they would just go and get vaccinated so that their kid can come to school and be safer because of it, so that we don't have to try and like get kids to eat inside for 12 minutes and then like don't talk and all. If we have 27 kids and all 27 kids are vaccinated, then those kids can eat lunch freely the way that they always have. But we don't have to do it by like being risky. We can do it safely, and we can do it the right way. So that's my motivation. I'm trying to save people from not dying.
Okay, thank you. So I do want to make sure we get through the rest of our public comment. We're quite a bit over on this item. Just to let folks know that you get one opportunity to comment. I'm afraid we don't have time for multiple comments from the same person. So moving forward, we will start with Yolanka.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think you were muted before.
Yeah, no, great. First, I just wanted to note, like a previous speaker had mentioned, that the first speaker stated a lot of information and much of it was not true. So I just want folks to make sure that if they took anything from that first speaker, that they double check with scientific sources. I also want, on the topic of the vaccine mandate, I think it's very clear that vaccine mandates work. I think if people have been reading the news and looking at the studies, vaccine mandates are leading to 99% vaccination rates. And for that reason, I'm very supportive of vaccine mandates and happy to see that we're talking about one today. Like Vice President Doss, I'm not personally supportive of a testing opt-out. I recognize it might make people feel a little bit better about this sort of soft mandate, but I think it really does undermine to a large extent the effectiveness of the mandate, but I think it could be okay as a transition point. However, we need to make sure we have an end game. When does weekly testing as an opt-out stop? We don't allow people to test to see if they have measles or if they have mumps or if they have polio. When will we stop letting people opt out of a COVID vaccine? What's the end game? We have to remember that testing takes away resources from things like teaching our students, addressing learning loss, interventions, music, art, all those sorts of things. I also just like to say we spent a lot of time talking about things like having a silent or quiet lunch, a lot of time talking about exactly where kids sit. If we can get everybody vaccinated, we can stop having kind of ridiculous conversations, if I might put it that way, and start just getting back to the normal day-to-day of spending money and time trying to do what's best for our kids. So I wholeheartedly support the vaccine mandate and encourage folks to consider removing the opt-out, the test opt-out. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank Trustee Doss for his heartfelt words, and I wanted to correct some misinformation that was made by the person who was labeled Strike Anywhere. First of all, I just bought tickets to the Berkeley Reps today, and there's no exception. They have to be vaccinated to go to see a show there. So we absolutely are dealing with vaccine mandates for people without any exceptions. I do agree that public schools are different, but it's not true to say that only San Francisco has a vaccine mandate. In order to, I think it's really important to say that we know that people who are vaccinated have much less chance of getting COVID. And in order to spread the virus, you need to have the virus. So we know that they're less likely to have COVID, and therefore getting vaccinated is the number one thing we can do to prevent COVID from being spread in our schools. Yes, there can be breakthrough infections, this is true, but vaccinated people clear their virus much faster, they're much less likely to spread it to others, and they're much less likely to experience serious illness, hospitalization, and death, as well as the symptoms that were known as long COVID. The mandate as written with the testing option does not force people out of school. It doesn't force children to stay home. It doesn't force children to go through what they went through last year. It simply requires testing that AUSD is providing, AUSD is paying for. And I agree with Yolanka that we don't have testing alternatives for things like the measles, but as a transitional period, I support that option. And I think to put this as if we're forcing medicine into children's bodies is a really inaccurate description of what we're talking about here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christian.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I just, first off, I wanted to express appreciation for everybody's thoughtful comments, and also for Vice President Doss's, I think, very moving way of speaking about all of this. So thank you. The other thing I wanted to say is if you do go ahead with this kind of softer mandate that has an option for testing, one of the most important thing is not whether you go for the softer mandate or not, but how you present it to the public. For instance, and I think it would be very good if the board directed someone on staff to do some research of social psychology on how mandates are framed in a way to the public that makes them the most effective. One of the things you want to do, I think, for instance, is to structure this idea of a testing option as something that you can do, but you have to jump through some hoops. You have to state your reasoning, fill out some forms. I think that's very important. If you present it to the public as, well, it's up to you, you can do X or Y, you're actually encouraging people to do the testing instead of the vaccinating. The mandate could be counterproductive. Sorry, my bird is flying. The other thing that's really important, I think, is when you think about these communities, including people of color, people who are more conservative, men, there are lots of groups that are less likely to want to vaccinate. And there's a question of how can you frame a mandate, like send out a letter to the communities that's actually likely to pull them in. And so I think the board should really direct someone on staff to research and eventually present options for how this will be presented to the public. I think that matters actually more, and social psychology bears this out, that matters more than whether you have a soft or a strong mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica.
Hi, I have two kids who are in independent study right now, and so I really appreciate Trustee Doss's comments and idea about mandating vaccine. It just feels like it's a slap in the face, to say that independent study is really, for lack of a better word, crappy. If you don't vaccinate and you either have to get tested or be in independent study, but independent study is really crappy. It really just feels like a slap in the face, with two kids who have been in independent study. And so I just feel like, yes, mandating vaccine is a good thing, because when my kids are eligible for vaccine, I definitely will vaccinate them. I definitely would send them back after they're completely vaccinated. So I don't think it's fair for those of us who are medically fragile to have to stay home and not have the option, but for a vaccine to be available, but to give other people an option to test, even though it's available to them. Sorry, I'm very nervous because I'm just feeling a lot of emotions. But thank you for hearing my comments.
Great, thank you so much. All right. That is the last of our one-time commenters. Just to remind folks, we're taking comments, one comment from each member of the public that raises their hand. I don't see any new hands. So bringing it back to the board, I'll go to Trustee Davis.
I just wanted to maybe sum up a couple of things really quickly that I was hearing in there. Two points. One is that in no way do I feel like I, as a board member, am saying, our independent study program is crappy. I just don't think that we have the capacity to take on many, many more students by making that the option for this. So, and I don't think, from what I've heard from our district, that we have the resources at this moment to make that happen. So it doesn't seem like a practical choice right now, that's just my opinion on that part. And then the other part of this is that in the board policy discussions, the thought was that this started before the state said this was going to be a mandated vaccine. The school district discussion around this started before the governor said this is going to be added to our list. Now we're sort of rolling with that, and we switched gears in the middle. Now the idea was that we give something that allows basically a testing mandate with the vaccine being encouraged until there's FDA approval, because there was definitely other comments and discussion before about discomfort before this was fully FDA approved, and we didn't want to force that before there was full approval. So I just think that those are important points for people to think about if you're wary or you're not quite certain about it. And of course, please feel free to email any of us if you have more questions.
Trustee Lyra.
Yeah, so this is a very like large topic, and I think like in my head I'm still going back and forth on a lot of the things that I want to say about this. But I will say that like what I'm like really sure about is the fact that like Trustee Doss's words like really moved me, especially as a student of color who also represents a community with like a less than desirable vaccination rate. I think like Allison and I can both agree that student safety is a really huge priority for us as people that represent the student body. And I can also agree that I think a speaker, I think that by the name of Jessica, was saying earlier that I think the independent study program can be a great option for students that may not be eligible for the vaccine, or like eligible but aren't vaccinated. I think what I'm trying to say is that I would prefer actually that students that are eligible to be vaccinated but are unvaccinated are required to participate in the independent study program instead. I just like what's really important to me is that like as somebody who is a student of color representing students of color in the Albany High School, and I just really want to make sure that like if we have these if these students that are students of color end up being in this independent study program, that this independent study program really takes care of them and makes sure that like their every need is met in any way possible. Because my overall hope is that like what Trustee Doss was saying, is that this will encourage people to go out and get vaccinated. It will encourage my people to go out and get vaccinated. But I do want to make sure that even if it's not possible, that they are still like fully accommodated in every sense of the way, because that is like also a huge priority of Allison and mine.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, I think, reiterate a little bit of what Trustee Davidson said, that it's not, my hesitation of moving people into independent study is not about that program, although I think we're all frustrated that the state's not allowing us to do more robust remote learning options. We also know that our staff are completely maxed out serving the students we're already serving, so we might end up undermining the education of even more students if we had to force that system to accommodate more students. I think it's notable that the two districts that have adopted vaccine mandates with no testing opt out, or two of them anyway, LA Unified and West Contra Costa, both have robust remote learning options that they're essentially just moving a lot of kids into. And some people are concerned that that's going to end up moving a lot of their students of color into that remote learning option in a way that's going to undermine some of their other educational goals. So I think that's part of what's motivating me to see if this initial approach of encouraging people to get vaccinated, helping us identify who's not vaccinated so that we can do some of what we talked about doing with the staff, which is figuring out how to outreach to people in a way that's effective for them. And so that's my hope, that in the 6 months we have between now and when the state mandate takes effect, that we can do the work of finding out who is still not vaccinated, make sure they're getting tested regularly, and do the work of trying to move that needle, no pun intended, need a better metaphor for that, but try to move individuals into getting into protecting their health. So my sense is we still have consensus around the having this be a vaccinate or test approach with some need for some clarity. I heard folks wanting some clarity either in the presentation or in the language about how the testing will be administered, just to assuage people's worries about this meaning they have to go out every week and find someone to give their test and so forth. And then I think we still, maybe there may be some movement about which pieces are in the board policy, which pieces are in the administrative regulation, the dates as written, I think folks are comfortable with. And I think that's all that we needed to wrap up. I think also clearly there's still a need for just ongoing communication, education around public health and so forth, including why vaccines are safe and effective and really important for ending or improving our situation with the pandemic, I will say. All right, so Vice President Doss, I'll let you have the last word, and then we do need to move on to our next item. And I also want to give staff an opportunity to ask for any clarity that you need before bringing this back as an action item.
Oh, I just wanted to get clarification on what was the conclusion for when we first started this discussion around making a change around the superintendent versus the board vote. I just wanted to figure out what the conclusion was for that.
So I believe the conclusion was that the board would need to approve any extension in the timelines. I don't know how you want to write the language, Dr. Shin, about the superintendent will bring it to the board. I mean, it would have to come from somewhere to the board. So you might as well put the superintendent in charge of assessing whether the vaccination rollout is slow enough that we need longer than the 12 weeks. That was my understanding of where we ended up. So, and I think they'll have to figure out which part of the regulation or policy that belongs in.
Okay, thank you.
So, Dr. Shin, do you need any more clarity from us? Okay. Hopefully what we've provided already is some kind of clarity. So thank you very much for all your work on that. And thank you to all the community members that voiced their support. And with that, we will move on to another staff report, which is the 2020-21 FastBridge assessment results for elementary schools.
Well, as you know, we have embarked upon starting last year on this assessment pre-mid-year and post. And we want to bring the results to the board and have some conversation about that. And more importantly, talk about our response to the data and why that's important. Tonight, facilitating the presentation will be our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Ann Shin, who will be introducing the presenters at this time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wells. Ms. Shen, can we bring up the presentation? Good evening again, trustees and Albany community. Our illustrious elementary site leaders and I are here tonight to share the results of the FastBridge Screener Assessment from the 2020-21 school year and the progress of the district-wide implementation of this assessment system. As a reminder, in the 2020-21 school year, the FastBridge assessment system was adopted for the very first time as the district-wide assessment system to assess students' academic progress in reading and math. As a result of this adoption, the district administered local FastBridge screener assessments in the fall, mid-year, and spring of 2021. The district also authorized the purchase of an assessment warehouse in spring 2021 to manage the assessment data and facilitate the storage and analysis of student achievement data district-wide. Additionally, the AUSD Governing Board approved the job description for teacher on special assignment to support the implementation of the local assessment system and other state assessment systems. Both of these strategic investments are being implemented this school year and will contribute significantly to our ability to strengthen our assessment implementation progress and data-informed cycle of continuous improvement. I just want to remind everyone that the implementation of any district-wide system is filled with challenges and new learning. Research shows that it takes at least 3 years of concerted effort for any initiative to truly be institutionalized and demonstrate results leading to desired outcomes. The district took on an incredible feat in implementing a district-wide online assessment system in the remote environment. Implementation of this magnitude is an awesome task in a normal school year, but in the uncertain pandemic remote environment, it was an almost impossible mission that came to fruition due to the commitment and dedication of our school leaders and educators. I commend their efforts and celebrate their successes from the first year of implementation. And I'm very excited for the opportunity to work in collaboration with them to learn from the challenges and to refine our systems. This school year, we will continue to grow our capacity to utilize our assessment data to inform instruction and increase student achievement for all of our students, especially focusing on closing the achievement gap for our most underserved students. With that being said, I'm very proud to be able to present this information tonight with our elementary site leaders, starting with our Assistant Principal of Marin Elementary, Mr. Brian Dotson, our Principal of Marin Elementary, Ms. Melissa Poole, our Principal of Cornell Elementary, Ms. Elizabeth Reimuller, and our Principal of Ocean View, Ms. Michelle Sinclair. Next slide, please. The agenda for our presentation tonight is to provide an overview of the implementation of the FastBridge assessment system in the 2021 school year and share the successes and challenges that serve as learning for our continuing growth. Then each of our school leaders will share the assessment results for their schools disaggregated by trimesters, ethnicity, and special populations, and review data for further analysis and strategic planning. Our site leaders will also share the successes and challenges of this year's implementation in an ongoing effort to analyze and improve assessment systems as well as student data. And in closing, district-wide next steps will be presented to make transparent where we are headed in the cycle of continuous improvement. Now I would like to introduce our Assistant Principal Dotson to provide the overview of the FastBridge assessment system in the 2020-21 school year.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. And before I begin, I want to acknowledge as a first-year administrator, I feel really lucky to have landed in Albany. Really been blown away from the welcome I've received, not just from students, family, staff, but district leadership, the board. So I just, first of all, just want to thank everybody for making this first year of mine so special. We also just wanted to quickly show a great deal of gratitude for Dr. Ann Shin, her leadership bringing this presentation together, and especially to Linda Williams, her tireless effort pulling this data together so that we can have this conversation tonight. Finally, a big thank you to all of the teaching staff for all their patience and flexibility with this rollout. We know they're in the midst of this right now, and despite all the bumps in the road, they've continued to put the needs of their students first and have been invaluable with their feedback and support. So for those of you unfamiliar with FastBridge, I've been tasked with giving a brief overview of the assessment system, what it is and what it isn't. So FastBridge is a nationally normed assessment, which means the results are in comparison with students taking the test, the assessment around the entire country. And just for a little bit of context, this assessment was adopted originally to satisfy the state's dyslexia screening mandate, but it was immediately apparent, thank you to our reading interventionists out there, big thank you to you, that the application for this assessment had a much larger potential. Also, it's really important to remember tonight that what we're going to be looking at, the data we're going to be looking at, has been obtained through, these are called screening assessments. So these are different from diagnostic assessments. And the way that I like to think of it is that screeners are kind of like that questionnaire that you get from your pediatrician that ask you to fill out before the actual doctor's appointment, right? Like, do you live in a home with lead paint? Do you get 8 hours of sleep a night? On its own, these questions don't do a great job of diagnosing any potential problems a child might have, but it alerts your pediatrician to any red flags that they might want to immediately address. So that same thing goes for a FastBridge screener. These assessments give us kind of broad strokes and alert us to any academic red flags that teachers need to do, and teachers are going to need to do some further digging in order to determine the specific skills that may need to be strengthened. So the advantage of a rapid screener is that it gives us immediate data that can be used to determine potential interventions, which would ordinarily take weeks, sometimes even months. So below are a list of some of the different assessments that were given and make up the data that you're going to see on some coming slides. Next slide. When you look at the performance bands, when students take the FastBridge assessment, their scores are placed into the following categories that you will also see in the coming slides, and that's high risk, some risk, low risk, and very advanced. And with that, I will pass it on. students. Next slide.
Great. Good evening, everybody. I am here to talk about the implementation successes that we had with implementing FastBridge last year. I think the first piece of celebration is around the fabulous collaboration with our specialists across the district. Our reading intervention teachers in particular were beyond helpful in launching our FastBridge assessments last year. I think it's fair to say that we would not be anywhere near where we are today without their wonderful collaboration and support and advocacy. So in 2021, it was wonderful that the trimester 3, so you'll see a lot of T3s, right? T1, T2, T3. T1 is the fall trimester, T2 is winter, and T3 is the spring trimester of the school year. But last year, as you recall, T3 was we had a modified in-person schedule, and which allowed us to have about 75% of our students taking our assessments in person at school, and that was a huge success for us, and I'll get to why in a minute. And then another success with this program, especially in this first inaugural year of the implementation, was that our specialists were able to use T3 data to start identifying students for intervention services. We do recognize that gains and losses can be made over the summer, so if our wonderful specialists do reassess in the fall, but it's a good starting place. Another thing that I just wanted to add for an implementation success is that students became familiar with the test, and I feel like that deserves specific mention due to what Dr. Shin was saying earlier about a typical implementation timeline is about 3 years. It is really important in order to gain reliable data from an assessment that teachers know how to give it and students know how to take it. So last year we were able to work out many technical glitches, get students comfortable with logins, and again, this provides us with more valid data. So next slide, please. Thanks, Julie. So some of the challenges that we faced last year in implementing our FastBridge assessments, it was a brand new adoption. So yeah, typical adoption cycles are 3 years. In year 1, it's brand new. Year 2, we become more and more comfortable. We learn the system, we make adjustments, and by year 3, we're sort of humming along. So to put that into a frame of reference, we're currently in year 2. We're in the middle of our T1 FastBridge administration right now. Our window closes this Friday. I was actually giving some makeup assessments this week. So we're in the middle of this implementation, where we are definitely still learning. There's a lot that we still need to learn about the suite of assessments that FastBridge offers and how to interpret and understand the data as well. There's lots of details that we could dig into there. This was the first time that a standardized computer-based assessment, norm referenced and percentile ranked nationally, was given to kindergarten through 2nd grade students. It's in a regular school year, our 3rd through 5th grade students take our state testing, the STAR, formerly known as the STAR, now the CASPAPA, which stands for the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. That's typically only given to 3rd through 5th graders. So it was new for our kindergarten through 2nd graders to be tested in this format. But even so, it was a new platform for our 3rd through 5th grade students. The T1 fall assessments and even T2, our winter assessments, were administered during remote learning. It's something that Dr. Wells often called remote learning 2.0. And as you'll all remember, this was a significant lift in Albany to get remote learning up and running. It was a drastic change in practice and how in redefining how we teach students, given that we were all on Zoom. We were unable to proctor tests in a standardized format, which means that, typically when you're all together in a classroom, the teacher's giving directions and can provide the appropriate level of support. But we do recognize that while our students were at home on Zoom during T1 and T2, there was varied levels of support, with some students perhaps getting gentle nudges from families who were offering some support, where some students might not have had any help at all. And that doesn't just apply to questions on the test, that applies to, login and getting login support and getting online. Wi-Fi, we all remember, was definitely an issue. And so getting through those pieces in T1 and T2, it was important to, get familiar with the test. And I think a lot of learning was done, but it's important that we understand that when we're looking at our data, that there were significant limitations in T1 and T2, which is, I think, why you'll probably hear a lot of focus, especially on T3, when we again had more than about 75% of our students back in person, and we could provide standardized testing environments and protocols. Thank you. Next slide, please. And I'd like to hand this one off to Ms. Reimuller to tell us a little bit about Cornell and how they did.
Thank you so much, Melissa. So I'm going to dive into the numbers here, and I just want to point out a couple things that you'll see throughout all of these data slides, that the yellow and the red are the high risk or some risk areas, and then the green is low risk and the blue is very advanced. I also want to say overall that we're excited to have an assessment system now that will help us monitor our students more frequently than on just the large state testing. So it's great that we're getting to know FastBridge now and have a chance to compare some data. So as Melissa mentioned, we have fall and T2 and T3. When I'm looking at this, at the numbers for Cornell, I'm going to focus on T3 because that's the ones where most students were in person and where the teachers were most familiar with the administration. As you can see here, this is a reading. This is the reading assessment, and about 315, or not about 315 students at Cornell took that test, and those were grades 2 through 5. And we had about 86% overall in the low risk or very advanced range. And again, and then 14% in the other two categories. Next slide, please. We were able to, with the help of Linda Williams, get some of the ethnicity data, the different groups that we utilized to identify groups of students in Albany. And those are the white students, the Asian students, Latino and Hispanic students. And then we have a large multiracial group. And then we also have Black and African American, but I do want to point out that on all of our slides, the district data for Black and African American is combined for all three elementary sites. So this is not just Cornell. And the reason we've done that is because the numbers are so, the sample sizes are so small at each school. For example, there was only 5 identified for Cornell, which means that the privacy and privacy concerns for those students. That's why we combined the 3 schools here. The numbers are still important though, because they're all of our elementary students and we all work together to teach them. So some things to point out. In the ethnic group, Black and African American, we do have a difference of 73% scoring at low risk and at very advanced, and then 27%. And this is in T3 in the some risk or high risk. And that's quite a bit of a difference between the overall population. We also notice similar numbers for the Latinx Hispanic group, which has 79% at low risk and very advanced, with 47 students identified in that category. Next slide, please. The other areas that we're looking at where we break separating students out into different groups. Thank you. This one is for reading, special populations of English learners, special education, and socioeconomically disadvantaged. One area that really stands out here is the special ed scores. We had about 28 students taking the test identified, and as many as, let me put it this way, only 52% of them scoring at the low risk or very advanced. So that is a concerning area, quite different from the rest of the general overall scores in the reading. Next slide, please. Oh, before we go on to math, I do want to state that from this preliminary data in T3, obviously special ed, lower socioeconomic, and Black and African American students are areas of concern and that would need our attention in terms of our next steps. Looking at math, we have 313 students tested. Overall, we have 83%, very similar percentage in the low risk and very advanced, and about 16% in the some risk or high risk. Next slide, please. And similar breakdown for the ethnicities. I do want to point out that for the Latinx group at Cornell, with 42 students taking it, their percentage is quite a bit lower in math than it was in reading. So only 62% of the Latinx students scored with the some risk, or I'm sorry, excuse me, it's a little late, I get tongue-tied, in the low risk or very advanced, and that is a significant concern. Finally, the last slide for Cornell, please. Again, we see some concerning numbers under the low socioeconomic or socioeconomic disadvantaged, where only 59% scoring low risk or very advanced. So those are some snapshots of the data from Cornell, and I would say that the good thing about the data is that now we can start to go in deeper and look at specific students, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. We're working on pulling data out from the end of last year and actually looking already at the data that we're receiving right now in terms of supports and interventions. Thank you.
Great, so you'll be seeing similar graphs for Marin Elementary in the same format that you just saw for Cornell. I want to first say that I appreciate the words of Trustee Boyd at the beginning of the meeting saying that our district is exceptional, and it is in so many ways. It's exceptional in the way that we come together and work so hard for our students. It's exceptional in the way that our teachers and staff come to work every day wanting the best for our kids, and it's exceptional in the way that our community supports us. And we're very grateful for that, for all of that support. In looking at some of this data, I think that we could compare it to other districts in the Bay Area. I think what's exciting for me as I learn more and more about Fastbridge is looking at the data that's norm referenced for the whole country and seeing where our students rank nationally. It's very exciting to see that so many students in Albany do so well. I think that what's also important to note about some of the data that you're going to see, that you've seen with Cornell's and that you're going to see with Marin and Ocean Views as well, is that while we have so many students doing really well, we do still have persistent achievement gaps. We know that when we look at these numbers, I see 19 and 37 and 82. Those are numbers that are in these beautifully created charts that Linda Williams, again, put so much time and energy into. Thank you, Miss Williams, for that. But these are people's children. These are babies. These are our kids, and it's important to remember that while we do have so many high achieving students in our districts, it's important to focus our lens on the kiddos who need our support the most, and that 12, 18, and 19 aren't just numbers to us; they are children, and we do not take that lightly. And I know I speak for all my colleagues when I say that. So, yeah, Marin, similar data that you'll see over here, again represented in the same way, and I'm going to focus on T3 since that's our most reliable data. 16% of our kiddos overall scoring at high risk and some risk for reading, with 82% very advanced and low risk. So those are manageable, concrete numbers to focus our areas of support in. Okay, next slide, please. So digging into our ethnicity data, what we have here, what Ms. Liz explained, our chart for our Black African American students is the same for all 3 schools due to privacy issues when we represent numbers of less than 30 or less than 20, around starting to identify students. So that's the same data that Liz presented, with 27% of our Black African Americans at high risk and some risk, with 73% at low and advanced. Again, that 27% is an area of concern and an area that we need to focus our supports on. Similarly, our going down to the graph in the lower left-hand corner, that's our Latinx and Hispanic data, with 23% of our Latinx and Hispanic students scoring high risk or low risk, with 77% advanced or low risk. Our Asian, white, and multiracial categories performing in better shape there, and again, it reminds me of the persistent achievement gaps that we've seen over the years in areas that we need. And so this is an opportunity to focus our supports, with only 8% of Asian students, 14% of white students, and 16% of multiracial students scoring at risk, with high risk or at some risk. Next slide, please. So moving to our special populations, some similar observations to what Liz mentioned over at Cornell. Our special education students, that's the graph in the upper right, 55% scoring at high risk or some risk, with 45% at low risk and very advanced. Again, these are issues that we can address in IEP meetings with goals for our students and additional supports. Our socioeconomically disadvantaged students are in another area of need, with 28% at high or some risk, and same with our English language learners, 23% in the high risk or low some risk category. I do want to note that there's in those categories across the board, I know we're kind of summarizing for brevity here, but the fact that there are 5 kids in the high risk area for our English language learners and 4 kids in our socioeconomically disadvantaged groups, that's a very concrete, tangible number of kids. And these kids because we have the data, we are able to identify these students and work towards supporting them. Okay, so next slide, please, and we'll move on to math, where I'm pleased to see that 83% of our students in T3 scored at very advanced and low risk, with 17% at high risk or some risk in the some risk area. And again, that 11 students is a very concrete, tangible number of students that we can focus our supports on. And next slide, please. Moving over to the ethnicity data. Again, the same graph for our African American students. I want to celebrate for a moment that there is one student in our high risk category in trimester 3 for our Latinx population, which, and with 13 in the some risk area. But again, these are concrete, tangible numbers that we can definitely work with. Our other ethnicities showing similar achievement in the reading department. So 13% of Asian groups of Asian students in the high and some risk group, and 17% of white students and 18% in those high of the multiracial students in high and some risk. Next slide, please. In our special populations data, I want to celebrate the fact that there are no children in the high risk area for our English language learners in math. Not to say that those 15 children in the some risk area are not students that we are not needing to support. Absolutely we are, but it's nice to see that there's, for one of our categories, there are no students in a high risk area. We do see our special education students and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students needing to be focused on as well with math, and so targeting our supports that I'm glad Ms. Sinclair is going to get to in a little bit with our district-wide next steps of what we're doing with this data. I think that this is a great place to start in terms of our data collection system in Albany that's uniform across all 3 elementary schools. This is huge progress for us in this district, as we have not had this sort of assessment previously. We've had teachers giving a wide variety of assessments along with the district benchmarks, but those are not norm referenced. Those are teacher created and give information, but not information to compare at this level. So while I understand that we're at a place where we want to take a look at this, I think that it's going to be exciting over the time to come to take a look at cohort data. Students change, student groups change every year, and student populations at each school change every year. And I think it's important to follow the students in cohorts to understand how they're doing and to understand what supports we need to offer our children, along with individual student data over time to make sure that we are targeting our supports in the best way possible. So, and with that, I turn it over to Ms. Sinclair to talk about Ocean View.
Hi, everybody. And I know that it's late. I just want to acknowledge that, so I'll try to be brief. But I do want to highlight a few things. So for Ocean View, again, you look at this data and you think, wow, there's a lot of green and blue. Green and blue is good, right? But I think that what I want to do as a leader of a school is really focus on who are the students in red. And if you were to just focus on the students who are in the red high risk zone, you would find that in trimester 3, there were about 21 students in 2nd through 5th. If you broke that down, it averages to about 5 students per grade level. So our goal is to really to dive deeper into identifying who those students are and to know them individually and to better understand their story and their needs. Next slide. Okay, so with a focus on trimester 3, as stated previously, that was most of our in-person testing. We know that that each population, we are seeing similar percentages. Well, in this data, we're seeing similar percentages for Black, Asian, and white students, with 73 to 76% of those students testing advanced or at low risk, which is great. However, I want to point out that for our Latinx students, the percentage of students at advanced and low risk is about 10 percentage points lower than the previous groups. So in reading, we're going to want to, at Ocean View, really put a focus on our Latinx student population. That was a conclusion I drew from this. Next slide. So for our English learners, our special ed students and our low socioeconomic, English learners fared well in reading, and our low socioeconomic group was not far behind. Special ed was fared lower, as we would expect. So we certainly have to focus on special ed students. Next slide. Okay, moving into math. Math, we see a little bit of a different story here, again, with a focus on trimester 3. Students that are performing advanced or low risk, our Asian and white students are at 80% and 76% respectively, very high. However, our Black African-American students have 57% at advanced or low risk, which is 19 percentage points lower than our highest groups. So we need to focus on that piece right there. And also that our Latinx students are 43% lower than our highest students. I'm sorry, which is 33% percentage points lower. So those are some kind of red flags there that we need to put an emphasis on. Next slide. On this slide, you see that our special ed students who are performing advanced or low risk is about 55%. Our low socioeconomic is 57%. And that is significantly lower than our high performing students as shown on the previous slide. Next slide. Oh, this was our student, our special ed. I jumped ahead, sorry. And I'm ready to go to the next slide. Who has this one?
That's me. That's me. Thank you, Michelle. So Melissa was able to talk about some of the implementation successes and challenges from last year, and we wanted to point out some of those successes that we've had here in year 2. And the first thing is that it's year 2 in our implementation cycle, and that's excellent. We have Chromebook device distribution 1-to-1 in 3rd through 5th grade, which has been a fantastic feat that we really appreciate our tech department, and also our the purchasing of all those wonderful new Chromebooks have been wonderful. We've been utilizing the data in SST meetings, and we've been learning how to access the data, how to look it up, how to do the different reports, and then how to utilize or interpret it. We have a staff training coming up that Dr. Shin has organized for us with Fastbridge, which will be on November 3rd for staff and learning more about how to understand the data and interpret it. And then a really great success is that at this point, all teachers are administering the assessments, both for in-person and remote independent study students, and adopting and getting people able to administer the tests was something that we spent a lot of time working on last year. So that's a success this year. And then finally, part of that is just that students and staff are all more comfortable with the testing format. And next slide. And then the challenges that we're facing right now, we're still having some technical difficulties, although we are overcoming those. And we are now coming up to new assessments that we haven't given yet. I want to point out we've just been mainly focusing on the screeners, and that's what we're doing right now, which is not the diagnostic exams. So we need to understand the different assessments in this big suite of assessments that are available to us and what kind of data they might yield, and then how to use that data. So I also wanted to point out, and this I think it is pretty interesting, is that we talked about the special ed populations, and I want to mention that with these screener exams, the students don't have their accommodations in place that they have in their IEPs or even their 504s. Because they're screeners, they have the same amount of time, for example, they have the exact same exam as the other students. And Director Biggs has informed us that that's appropriate for screeners. In other types of tests where students are showing their content knowledge, they have their other accommodations in place that give them more time, for example, or other breaks or things like that. So that was interesting for this this part of Fastbridge for these screeners, and I appreciate him for that. Next slide, please.
Okay, and this is our last slide. So these are our district-wide next steps, and the first one is to articulate and align our MTSS is an acronym you're going to hear thrown around. What it stands for is multi-tiered systems of support, and it represents our systems for just the systems we have in place for what we do for students when we ask the questions, what do we do when a student has learned, and what do we do when a student is not learning? So MTSS is a framework for continuous improvement. It uses data-based problem solving. And the whole point is to support students. It's not a new initiative. It's rather a way to identify, systematize, and provide support for systems that we are to kind of wrap up and represent the systems that we have in place and to fortify them. The next one is to provide professional learning. And I think that was talked about a little bit. We're going to do some FastBridge training, how to dive deeper into data analysis. The one following is to add a system tool for advanced data analysis called EduClimber. And that's just kind of a technical thing, but it'll help us to pull data a little bit easier. The next one is to explore progress monitoring assessments. There are a lot of other assessments available in the FastBridge system, and it being new, we haven't been able to explore those yet, but some of those might be able to be used for progress monitoring, and teachers are showing interest in using them for other resources, and tools. And then the last one is to engage in how to collectively respond to data with an emphasis on closing the academic achievement gap. So this takes us back to MTSS really, and how we're responding to the data, how we can improve our instruction, including our anti-racist teaching, our universal design for learning, another acronym you see out there, UDL, which is basically how do we differentiate for all students and make sure that all students are having access to our education and to learning mostly, and how do we have a really solid tiered system of support, which includes interventions, counseling, family outreach, and other targeted supports. And that is it for our presentation tonight.
Great. Can I jump in? Sorry, I couldn't tell if this, okay, my turn. Great, thank you so much. Lots of information. And I want to let the board have a chance to ask questions, make comments. Vice President Doss.
Thank you. Actually, Trustee Davidson, you can go first.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. This is super fast. I think Director Biggs, this is mainly your question. How are our special education students defined for these FastBridge assessments? Are we looking at only students with IEPs, only students receiving certain services? Is there any clear guideline?
I guess I don't follow because we're utilizing the FastBridge assessments for all of our students. So regardless of whether or not they're identified as being a student with a disability, with an IEP or not, they're being screened with FastBridge with all of our student population to get an idea based on the normative sample of where they're at. The benefit of students with disabilities that have an IEP is we have an additional layer of assessments that provide even a more micro lens of their abilities. And this is just an additional data point for us to be able to consider students with disabilities and developing their IEPs and thinking how to move forward with better supporting them.
I guess what I'm looking for is,
I think what she meant was how are they categorized for the purposes of which students are showing up as special education students in the graphics? How is that category defined?
We're being given that one indicator in these presentations. So we're being given, you know, socioeconomic, special education. So I'm wondering what parameters are putting students in that category. Is it any student with a 504? Is it any student with an IEP? Is it both of those?
It's my understanding that any student that has an IEP is being classified as a student with a disability, not students with Section 504. And so to that point, you know, as we've discussed the other evening in the board workshop, there's 13 eligibility categories. So if we want to get really granular, we want to break out disability categories based on performance in the fast bridge. But you know, it's that I think that's a big task, but it would be interesting to kind of see where students are falling based on their classification and based on the severity of their disability.
And I would love for us, this is it came up in another conversation I had as we move forward into getting really deep in our digging of looking at the intersection. So finding those students who are falling into the, you know, high risk, especially in one or more categories, if they're identifying as a student of low socioeconomic and special education, or you know, African American and special education. So if we're finding them in two categories and they're in the high risk in both, then that's, you know, an extra need to be addressed and to really look at and know.
Yeah, and I just to close this, saying is I think we're at such a great place right now at the being able to actually have some data to start, you know, comparing and analyzing, and it's exciting to see the district really, you know, putting forth the energy to invest in data to really inform instruction and making determinations on how best to support students. And so I agree with you. It's an exciting place to be, and we have a long road ahead of us. But I think thinking through the comparisons of different subgroups and intersectionality would be amazing.
Vice President Doss.
I have a couple of questions. I'll start with a comment, which is I've been on the board for a while now and have been through a lot of assessments and have been through a lot of presentations, and they start off the same and we get to the meat of it, and then they end the same. And the data is the same. And the students not doing well are the same. And the students doing well are the same. So I guess I'm a little confused as to how many more assessments we need to complete in order to realize the students that are doing well and the students that aren't doing well. It hasn't changed. It is the same. It's the same students over and over and over. And it feels a little awkward listening to it. So I can only imagine how awkward it is to continue to present it. It's the same students not doing well over and over and over. And the only reason I'm saying this is not to just be negative or to put down anybody or anything like that. That's not why I'm saying it. I'm saying it because I'm tired of hearing it, because every time I hear it, it means that there are some students in the district in which I'm governing over that aren't doing well. And those students look like me. And I feel as if I am personally failing them continuously over and over and over. And I don't think we need to do a training to analyze the data. The data says that the Black students aren't doing well. And it said it last time we did the assessment, and it said it the time before that. And it said that the Latin students aren't doing well, and it said it the time before that. And it said that the students, it doesn't change. And so I think that we need to do something different. So that brings me to one of my questions, which is, on the list that was brought up, is there anything on that list that we haven't done before? Is there anything on that list that is different or that's outside the box, or that will change the numbers for the next time that we get this presentation? Because I'm tired of getting the presentation and the students being at the bottom, and then we say all these really nice things to make the families feel better about it. But then another year goes by and those students are still in the same spot. And it's great to celebrate the students that are doing well, but it sucks for the students that aren't. But what are we doing that's different, that's gonna bring those students up to where they're supposed to be? Because we're supposed to be teaching all these students. And we are supposed to be a great district, as Trustee Boyd stated, for all of those students, not just for the high achieving ones. And right now, all those wonderful things that Trustee Boyd said only apply to the high achieving students, and they do not apply to the students on that list. It's my first question. What are we doing that's different? My second question is, it is really awkward, and another change that we need to think about, the fact that we don't even have enough students of color to separate it by school. We have to combine it because there's such a small number of students at the different sites that we have to combine the information. How awkward is that? Each principal has to present the same information 3 times because we don't have enough students of color to separate the schools. So that's embarrassing and awkward. And then there's no representation for those students at the sites, right? Because we have 3 sites, 3 elementary schools, no Black teachers at any of them. So we're failing these students. We can't even separate the data based on school. And when those students come to school, they don't get to see any teachers that look like them. And then my final question is math intervention. What's our plan for implementing a detailed math intervention program similar to the reading intervention program? Because the reading intervention program is very, very robust and it works really well. And it's maybe a coincidence that the reading program serves a large number of certain students where English might not be their first language. But that program is robust and that program works really well, and it brings them from where they start to where they need to be. And then boom, they score really high on all these tests and they bring our numbers up because English isn't their first language, but they score really high on math. So we help them with the English, they're able to interpret the test, and then they score really high on the math, which brings our numbers up. So just think if we had a math intervention program that was as robust as the reading program, maybe it would have the reverse effect. So I would like to ask about that as well. And then there was a talk about an additional training to interpret the data. And I'd like to know how much that training costs. And if it costs anything more than a couple dollars and it's not just included with the money that we already spent on the assessment, then I would like it to come to the board so that we can vote to not do it because we don't need it. We already know what the data says. Students of color aren't doing good. The other, not students of color. Black and Latin students aren't doing well because students of color includes our Asian students and they are doing exceptionally well. So I don't want to be offensive. So specifically the students that aren't doing well. So we already know the data. So we don't need to do a training. We definitely don't need to pay for a training for them to tell us that the students aren't doing well. So figuring out if that training is not free or like a couple bucks or something, if it is, then we don't need it. And we can spend that on starting up the math intervention program. Yeah, so those are all my comments and questions. Thank you.
I wanted to get to the 4 questions, but I do want to be clear about things. Black students, we have Black students and brown students who do exceptionally well and who score at the top. I think Trustee Vice President Doss was talking about the disproportionality when it comes to students who are performing poorly, but we do have students in every category performing high.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sorry, Dr. Wells, I can't, I think that is going to take away from my point. And I want to make sure that that is not the case. I am specifically talking about these test scores and specifically talking about the students of color that scored low on these test scores. I'm not talking about the exceptional students, the one-offs or the two-offs. And so I don't want to take away from the point by saying that there are some, because there's also some Asian students that don't do well in math too. And there's some of our white students that aren't doing well too. But the majority of the numbers are the ones that are. And so we don't talk about the ones that aren't doing. So I don't want to take away from the point by saying that there are some math students, there are some Black students that are doing well. Absolutely. But those aren't the students we're talking about, because those aren't the students that need our help. I'm talking about the ones that need our help. So I want to make sure that we stay focused on the ones that need our help and the ideas and the things that we're going to do to help those students. I don't want to keep talking about the students that are doing well, because they're good.
Let me get into the first question. So the first question is, what are we doing differently? We get the same results. What are we doing differently? And I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Shin, and you can go and start that, and then we can pass it along.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank you, Vice President Dodds, for your passionate comment and noticing the persistent achievement gap. And I'd like to really point out that unfortunately, this is a reality, a nationwide reality in this country. It's not specific to Albany Unified. It's not specific to California. And it's an unfortunate reality. And every single compassionate educator who goes into this work wanting to bring about equity and social justice to our school system feels just as heart-wrenched as you do about this data. And unfortunately, it's decades of research has shown that the greatest reason that contributes to this data is institutionalized racism. And that is something that unfortunately that we as individual educators or even as a district really do not have the power to overturn or change overnight. This is, again, a nationwide plight that we must all come together and really work towards changing the system itself to really change this unfortunate data that we continue to see. At the same time, we have to do something and we have to make the concerted effort. And it does have to start with data. Anytime we target and focus our efforts in any area, we do have to know the data. And I hear you. I hear you about, okay, we see the same students within that data. At the same time, data gives us more information than just who the students are. It gives us data about what are the specific skills, what is the specific knowledge, what are the standards that we need to reteach, that we need to refocus on, what are the social emotional skills, what are the other factors that really go into what that data really shows. And I believe it was Ms. Sinclair who mentioned this. What is the story? And that's exactly what we're trying to do, is to piece together the story. And that's what the training is really all about, for us to really understand what are all of the data points that are available to us, and what is the story for why this is happening for certain groups of students. Again, understanding the factors that are outside of our sphere of influence, which is institutionalized racism. And as individuals, this is what our anti-racist work is all about, though. As individuals, we come with implicit bias, unfortunately, but this is the reality of being a human being in the society. And we must learn how that impacts outcomes for our students. So that's one piece of work that we're currently doing right now, which I believe began last school year, our anti-racist teaching trainings that we continue to do. And I really believe that if we can get a critical mass of our educators really understanding those theories and really taking a deep look at our own practices, again, well-intended people every single day due to implicit bias carry out practices that may not be the best for some students. And we need to really have deep reflections with ourselves about that. So that is one piece of work that is happening right now that I believe would contribute to shifting the paradigm. And we just mentioned the MTSS. Although many of the strategies within the MTSS framework have been happening in Albany Unified, I don't believe that we've had concerted effort before to really name it, articulate it, collaborate around it, identify it, and really put a system in place. The 3 schools right now are in conversation about how do we align all of our efforts together. Our 3 wonderful principals already deliver professional development with their staff about this in an attempt to, again, identify what is happening at each of their campuses, but also aligning across the 3 campuses. So we are very clear about what are the strategies that we are currently implementing, what are the strategies we're going to strengthen, and how are we going to best serve our traditionally underserved students. Again, these students have been historically and traditionally continues to be underserved. So how are we going to provide the additional supports and services these students need to perform to their fullest potential? And I am with you. It may not be good enough and it may not be fast enough, but it's work that we must do. And we are wholeheartedly invested in doing everything that it takes to focus on every single student to make sure that they can live up to their full potential. And as our principals named, at least they're doable numbers. It's wonderful to say, I know these 5 students. I know them by name. I know their family. I know what classes they're in. I know who their teachers are. And we can all collaborate around that. We can come together as a community and put our arms around these students and provide them all of the supports that they need, again, to rise to their fullest potential. So we're with you. We are with you. We don't want to continue to repeat this cycle. We don't want to have to come back every single trimester with the same data. But unfortunately, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. We're going to see this for a little while. We will, because it takes time. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of love. It takes us really, again, providing the resource that our students need to rise to their fullest potential. And we need your support as well. And we need your understanding and we need your support to please know that we have the best intention for all of our students, especially our historically underserved students. This is not okay. Just as you talked about for the groups that are not being vaccinated and the school to prison pipeline, there's so many theories out here and so many situations that we see that are unfair and is unjust. And we as individuals all have an obligation to do something about this. And we as a school system and as education leaders who care about all of our children, you have to believe that our heart and soul is into this work and we want to do better. And we will continue to focus to do whatever it takes to shift this paradigm.
But in addition to that, it's important to highlight or illuminate that with this data now, we're going to be carving out time for staff to interpret the data and look at those who are not making it and have a collective efficacy approach to how do we respond to that data as a team, which is a new shift, paradigm shift for us moving forward. That's a big piece. I'm one of those who don't believe this work needs to take a long time. This is something I think we don't have a long time. When you talk about kids, you only have them, for example, if I'm a 4th grade teacher for 1 year, and what can I do with that kid for that 1 year becomes an issue. And so we're going to have to start moving like this is something urgent. And we can do that with some adjustments in our practices. So more specifically, those are some of the things we're going to be doing differently. We're not going to do everything differently because there's a lot of things we're doing that work really, really well. But we want to make sure we do things that work really, really well for all kids, especially our disenfranchised. And the final question about the additional training for FastBridge, I think Dr. Shin, you touched it when you talked about the kind of stories and not seeing kids as numbers, but seeing them as people, as folks, and getting some insight to how best to address their needs. So anyway, I appreciate that. But I think he had a fourth question. I didn't remember that one. I didn't write that one down. What was it, the last question? Trustee Vice President Doss, what was the last question?
I thought the last one was the cost of the
Okay.
training.
Okay, good, thanks.
It's $500, $500 for the training.
Trustee Duran.
This is very difficult for me because it really is quite depressing. I want to acknowledge two things. First, I appreciate all that you said, Dr. Shen. I think you said some very meaningful things that I responded to in terms of, ya basta, it's time, it's overdue. And I also want to say that I think the board, I think we're all on the same page in terms of things have got to change. And I think the principals have also, acknowledged it and know that work has got to change. And what bothers me more than anything else is we kind of always talk about it in the future. Mr. Dotson said that the assessment is, raises red flags. Well, we absolutely, as you all addressed it, English language learners, special education students, economically disadvantaged, African Americans, Latinos. We knew this before. Those of us that have looked at the statistics for the state assessments, the CAST, there's no surprise, right? And it continues. That's why they say persistent. And so I do get depressed when before we used to always present our numbers in terms of the green and the blue. And I think we're starting to turn to looking at the kids that aren't making it, because we do salute and we always acknowledge kids that are doing well. They get the praises in school from their parents, grades, whatever it is that motivates them. But it's the kids that aren't making it, the kids at some risk and the high risk that we inevitably don't name or haven't named in the past. And that's why I think the data needs to look specifically at those kids. And those are the kids we need to focus on very specifically, certainly in terms of the academics. When we look at mental health risk, we need to re-examine and see who are the kids we're talking about there. There may be lots of other kids involved there, but when we're looking at academics, this is no surprise. And so when I hear that supports and intervention, what I don't hear is that we're doing something new and different. Because these supports and interventions from MTSS have been in place for a while now, whether you call them that or not. We've had certain interventions at elementary school, but we need to look specifically at these children and say what's happening with them at first grade and second grade, because I know this test does speak to, this assessment has it for the kids in kindergarten and first grade. But I don't see any results for them. And I don't know quite what happened with that. If, what was the status of those assessments? If they were even done last year, I don't know. But in terms of these persistent gaps are no surprise. And what are we going to do about it? If we knew from all our CAST testing, and we knew last year after T3 in particular. So what's different at the beginning of this year? And I just don't get why it takes so long. Systemic racism has been there forever. in public school education. That's not a surprise. So what is Albany, who is considered an exceptional school, doing about it? Because we are not so exceptional when we look at the failing kids in our district. Those are the same kids that are failing in Berkeley and Oakland and Richmond. There is no surprise about who is failing. So when I look at, if we're an exceptional district, then I want to know, what are we doing exceptionally different to address the needs of the kids? And yes, maybe it's a partly more diverse staff. It's partly the curriculum that we have yet to fully address all children's experiences. And the same with, and the list goes on. It's, do kids feel like they belong at the school sites? And that's another area, to look at. And one of the principals had mentioned to me about the social skills that the kids lost over the remote learning time. And what are we doing about that? And there's issue after issue that we need to look at. But it's all focused on these kids. And so we should have all kinds of things going on now. We really should. And no, I don't have patience, because I've been in the schools for the last, well, it's been 10 years, 13 years now, but before that, I was there for 30 years. And I know it's not just on, I'm not trying to blame each and every one of you principals, because some of this stuff is really deep. But we haven't done anything since I've been on the board, really, to move the conversation. We're still lamenting about which kids. So it's time we move on tonight to really start tackling what we're going to do for each and every one of these kids, be it 10 kids, be it 16 kids, be it 21% or 33% of the kids that are at some risk or high risk. What are we doing for them tomorrow in the classroom that's going to make a difference for them? Thank you.
I'd love to just respond to that if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate your comments, Trustee Duran, I do, and I appreciate the comments that Vice President Doss made as well. It is disheartening to see this persistent achievement gap happen in our district. I don't think that there's a person here who would disagree with that. It is disheartening and is a huge level of concern for all of us. And I know I speak for my staff as well as and staff across the district, that we agree that that work needs to be done to address these persistent achievement gaps. I think that something that is that I've heard asked for by you and by Vice President Doss as well is what's changing. I can't say that we've got it perfect. We obviously don't. Yes, we're an exceptional district. Exceptional for whom is a super legit question. And the racial diversity that we see in our district is a concern as well, in addition to that. But I think that there are steps that we've taken and perhaps not articulated. So I'd like to just take an opportunity to just say some of the change that I've seen over the last few years. And again, not to say that it's perfect and that we have it all figured out. We obviously don't. We're doing our best, and we're going to continue to do so in partnership and collaboration with all of you, because it's going to take all of us to turn the tides on this for sure. But some pieces that you may not be aware of. I started in this district in 2007, where we didn't have adopted curriculum for anything. We had the handwritten binder that got shared between teachers. And over the last several years, I think within the last 4 in particular, We've adopted reading, math, and writing curriculum. I know that when COVID hit, we were close to finishing our science adoption, and next on the list was history and social studies, and we haven't gotten to those. And I know that they're important, and I know that we need to do them a lot. But I want to recognize that we have done a lot of work in our district adopting reading, writing, and math curricula over the last, I want to say 5 years. I'd have to double check myself. It's super late. I'm usually asleep by now, so I might have the years wrong on that, but that's been in the pretty recent past. Over the last 2 years, I believe, we've adopted a phonics program we recognize the holes in our reading program, and we adopted a phonics program to support students who were struggling to read. And we've seen, this is research-based curriculum that is designed to help our struggling readers, and we do see improvement in when we provide them with phonics-based instruction. I think that in terms of making sure that every child is seen in our district, and it is a challenge, right? We have, our African American population, we don't have high enough numbers to represent at each of our school yet. We wish that was different. We absolutely wish. I wish that was different. I think I'm not alone in that. And yet that's what we have. And so what do we do? So how do we address that anyway? We address that by reaching out to our Black and African American students, knowing each of them by name, connecting with them when we see them outside of class. I know that's what all of our administrators do. I know our teachers have their lens focused on our Black and African American students, as well as our Latinx students who are not performing because they see the data. And that's why it's so important, right? And even this, like what's being done, we have a system in place where we are able to take, where we get information. Sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied, it's late. We get instant information around how these kiddos are doing when we administer these assessments. That's not happened before in our district. And this is a huge step and a big lift for our teachers, even in the middle of COVID, who are willing to take this on. I hear the urgency, and I share the urgency in your comments. I also want to recognize the work that was done, that was started by Marie Williams and Jen Gritman in terms of shifting mindsets, right? Because in order to do the hard work, you got to believe that it's necessary, and it is so necessary. But part of that hard work that was done and started last year with Marie and Jen is so important. It built a foundation for us to make these hard shifts and changes. I think that as we further refine our MTSS approach, where you are so right, like some of these interventions have already existed, and yes, that is true. We've had a pretty good foundation. That doesn't mean that we've articulated it to the fullest extent possible, and that we've got all of the best practices in place. There's a lot to learn here, and a lot to. But I think we're up for it. I think we're up for taking it on, and I am hopeful that we can do this together. I could talk for a while, but I think that's all I wanted to say there. So,
Trustee Davidson.
I just wanted to raise something that I think goes along with this that I have been hearing from site staff, et cetera, and that is, and it's a big concern to me, that is that we still have unfilled intervention positions at some of our school sites. We've cut back on some of those. So if we need to address these things, and we need people who have training to help us with this, and we need people to be thinking about how we're going to make a change in how we address this, we need to have those staff, and we need to have those positions available, and we need to be able to support our students. So if we have an idea that we're going to do a math intervention program and we don't have that, then that seems like a very easy change that we could make with this lens. I just think that we need to get to the big picture, but we need to look a little bit down right now for a quick minute and say, have we met what needs to be met on the ground level for the kids on a day-to-day basis, just as a start? And then maybe once we do that, then we can build up and say we're going to get to that bigger picture. But if I'm hearing from teachers that we don't have interventionists in positions, then how can we be, and that's what we're working with, how can we be supporting the kids? We know our teachers don't have time. So I would just like to ask that we really address that for this year and make that a goal. And then we can go into the bigger picture.
Principal Reimüller, unless Dr. Shen, I can't tell if you were about to say something.
No, go ahead, Principal
Principal
Reimüller.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address an issue that we've brought up in the past that is a systemic concern in Albany, at least in my opinion, and I know in terms of the other principals' opinion, and not to say that any of this other work that needs to be done in issues of concern regarding intervention or teacher training, understanding data, that's all at the forefront. But one of the things that creates a school choice causes a problem, because we have our students they're not mixed up enough, because we are allowing parents to choose their specific site. So it's the parents who are paying attention to what site they want that then creates a disproportionate populations in certain schools. And I know this would take a while. It would take a few years to change that, because you're not just going to move students now. But if we adapted to a system where students were assigned to schools based on other criteria, then we might have, it might be more equitable. That's what I would like to share. Thank you.
And let me just add.
Go ahead.
President Hinkle, let me just add that it just seemed that, that the air has been taken out of our sails by some reason. I think first and foremost, I got to applaud the leadership for the passionate work that they're doing and the constant reflection and adjustments that are necessary to make the kind of difference that we want to make. It's easy to criticize, but it's more effective to take a step back and reflect and make adjustments. And that's what the data is for. And so we, although have a historical perspective that you don't have to administer data to kind of pretty much have a good predictor of how the outcomes will turn out. But we can disrupt those patterns through a system that we're in the process of developing. And that's something you can't lose here. And that's something you got to stay excited and motivated about, because that's what's going to make a difference in kids' lives. It's easy to criticize. I get that. And being an educational leader, that's part of the job. We signed up for it. But the reality is that we are making significant progress in the adjustments. The biggest thing is that we are now finally systemically responding to data collectively. That's huge. And I think those are fair questions when people say, what are you doing differently? Because not doing anything differently is just a waste of time. So I welcome the question, but I don't want us to lose faith and lose motivation, because I'm seeing it and everybody just seems so deflated, like, oh, it's my fault. Here's an opportunity to make a difference. In Albany, we can do what other people didn't do yet. And that is have our kids, one, close the achievement gap, and two, eradicate the achievement gap. And I think we headed that way. And I welcome the challenge, and I welcome it to be a team approach where everybody on this panel has a responsibility. Why aren't the kids making the kind of progress we want them to make? And it's because of that person in the mirror. I think it's wrong if I were to point the finger at you, Liz, or someone else, without starting with myself first. And so I take full ownership about this, and that's why I've been doing some reflection. So those are data points that when we move forward, we get to see how our Black kids, brown kids, and historically disenfranchised kids are doing in the Bay Area versus here in Albany and versus in the country. But we're going to start seeing significant progress, because that's why we went into this work, to do this work and to get results. And the results is going to cause us to be more thoughtful and strategic collectively about our single plans for student achievement, where it's not where, as some people would say, and it's unfortunately sometimes adequately so, it's not the changing of the date. It's the changing of the practice based on the data. And that's what people want to see, and I think that's fair. And so I welcome and appreciate and applaud the wonderful presentation, but it is depressing to see the same old data with the same old results and nothing has changed. So we're charged with a wonderful mission and a wonderful opportunity to make a difference in all kids' lives. And I'm looking forward to that work. And I'm looking forward to doing that work together with everyone, not just with some, but with everyone. And that we be self-critics of each other and hard on issues and soft on people, because we can do this work. I've seen it done, but I've seen it done when you keep the faith and you don't go flat like we did tonight. Yeah, it hurts because we personalize it. This is missionary-like work, and it's not easy. If it were, it would already be done. Thank you, President Hinckley.
So, yeah, thank you. So I just want to make my comments, and then I know Vice President Doss wants to speak again. So I also, I don't want to add to the sense of deflation, and I know that our principals in particular are working incredibly hard to implement these things, and we're tasked with presenting this data. And I think my comments and maybe some of the other comments are really less about that and more about a sort of growing frustration among the board that, as Trustee Durand said, we keep having the same conversation at the board level. And I think my comments are more directed to the board and the superintendent, that Trustee Durand in particular has asked repeatedly for rich data presentations that with analysis that give us the ability to spend more of our time really digging into the achievement gap in particular. And I fully appreciate that what you were tasked with was exactly what you did, right? To present this data for this particular assessment. But part of my frustration is that I'm not seeing at a district level the board's direction become embodied in a clear plan from the superintendent to address the issues that we've raised. And I think for me, that's where this presentation, which is about sort of one thing, I think has turned into a discussion about a greater level of frustration. And, we had a student achievement task force that spent a year, we thought, trying to do some of this analysis that we're now saying we're going to do going forward. That recommendation was to create another committee that I hope will begin to do the analysis we're talking about. But again, it just, I think as a board member myself, I'm feeling a little bit impotent, right? Because we're told all the time, well, you just tell us what to do and we'll figure out how to do it. And yet, what do we do when time goes by and we're not hearing from a systemic level what that how is? And I think that what the principals are doing is everything they should be doing. It's exactly where they should be focusing, but that's not the entire picture. There has to be a district level, community level approach to this, starting with our early childhood program, which I feel as a district, we have had a lot of discussions that seem to undermine our investment in that program, our commitment to after school programs, wraparound programs, just a bigger conversation, right? That's beyond the level of what can be implemented at an individual site, and a conversation that looks at things like when are these gaps emerging? I used to volunteer in my kids' classrooms. I'm a teacher of older kids, meaning adults in college. I've seen the beginning and the end of the education system, and I think there's a lot out there that says a lot of these gaps begin very young, but we have no conversations as a board about what are we doing specifically to, what's that series, right? We just keep hearing about interventions and individual supports. And as I said, I think the principals and the teachers are doing everything to reach those individual students. And it's great to hear that we have plans to identify those students and to keep helping them as individuals. But systemic racism, systemic patterns of inequality are about the fact that we can keep saying we're working with individuals, and yet the same patterns repeat year after year. So there's something that's happening that's not just about failing to meet individual students. And I'm still sort of waiting to hear from the superintendent what that systemic plan is. So I'm sorry for, I didn't mean to sort of deflate again, but I'm trying to redirect the conversation a bit from what the principals have brought to us and all the incredible work they're doing. And in addition to that, and yet, I think the board is feeling frustrated that they're, that as Trustee Duran said, you know, we keep having the same conversation. So that's my 2 cents. That's not necessarily very productive, but I just wanted to put the responsibility where I think it lies, which is with the leader of the district to have this vision and to convince the board that we have a plan to make this district not like other districts in California, because we should have the resources and we know we have the skill in our site leadership to take this on. So, and with that, Vice President Doss, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that what Dr. Wells said makes a lot of sense. So let me first say that we are on the same side and we are on the same team. And that's the reason why I say the things that I'm saying. And that's the reason why I'm speaking. Because, and I'm not just talking just for the sake of talking, and I'm not trying to point fingers or just criticize. That is not my goal. Because if anybody asks me to do anything, I'm the first person there. Sign me up. I've never said no. I've never been too busy for a student, not just my own, but any student. And I think that that is part of the reason why, just like everybody on this call, and just like everybody listening, and just like everybody who will hear about the things that are said tonight, I also personalize it, because I don't just walk into the school with my head down and drop my little one off and go home. When I walk in, I see little kids. I see the little ones that we're talking about. I see them walking into class. I see them and I personalize it. I personalize it, which is why I came and talked so passionately about breakfast, because I saw kids that were hungry. So I personalize it. But I don't just put it on other people. That is not how I roll. Because if anybody here comes to the board and says, I need this or I need this, I will fight tooth and nail. I'll talk until 2 o'clock in the morning to convince everybody else, and you will get the things that you need in order to implement the program that you asked for. You just have to come and ask for it. Because I can't think of a time where any site leader came to the board and asked for anything and we said no. I can't even think of it. And I've been on the board for a long time, because we are on the same side. But it is my job, and the reason why I signed up to do this job is to give a voice to the students that do not have their own voice, and to speak for the parents who do not have the voice, who don't have the opportunity to call into the board meeting, and to give a voice to those parents and to give a voice to those students. And that's why I have to say it. I have to say something. I can't just let it go by and not be said. And I can't just let it happen or wait until next time or accept the excuses of the system that is in place to keep me where it wants me to be. Because if I accepted that, then I wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation with you all now. And there are a number of other people who also wouldn't be on this screen right now if they accepted those same circumstances. We are a group of people who do not accept those circumstances, which is why we are all here tonight. And what I'm trying to say is we need to do what we can to give those same tools and those same opportunities to the students on that list. So I don't think that anybody should be deflated tonight. If anything, we should be extra motivated because you have the support at every single level. You have it from the board, so you don't have to worry about trying to convince us because we're already convinced. And you have it at the superintendent level, so you don't have to try and convince him either. And we already have identified the students that need the help. And so now we just have to do the work. But I thought it was important for me to make sure that I reiterate that this is not a Brian versus other people or a trustee Duran versus this person, or that is not, we are all on the same team. But I have to say something, because if I don't say anything, then it's hard for me to go to school the next day and see those little ones and not feel like I did everything in order to make sure that I did everything for them to have the quality education that they deserve. I have to fight for them. And sometimes it doesn't sound great, and sometimes people don't feel great. But if we don't have those tough conversations, then things don't happen and the needle doesn't move. And so that's why, you know, I had to mention it. So I wanted to make sure that it was clear that we are all on the same side here.
Trustee Vice President Doss.
I'm sorry, yes?
First of all, let me thank you for that team and concept. And I feel compelled to say this, on a winning team, we don't point fingers at other players about it's your fault. It's our fault collectively. That's what the team does. A failing team is one that falls out and starts to point the finger saying your fault, your fault, your fault. And that's important to note, because if we're going to be a team, we need to be brutally honest with each other. And one thing in terms of characteristic as a team, we don't point the finger at each other. We rally, we reflect, we adjust, and we move forward. So I appreciate the team concept. As a former athlete, I can relate to it. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You know, I think it's important for us all to understand that we're all on the same team. And I'll end with this, that if there is more that I can do individually or that we can do as a board, I feel as if I can speak for myself and maybe for all of us to say, to let us know what that is so that we can do it. Because that is, that's why we're here. And so I'll end with that. But as Dr. Wells mentioned, I thought it was important to mention kind of why and where I was coming from, just in case it was misinterpreted. Thank you.
Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I'll be brief, as lots has been said, and it's also quite late. I just wanted to express gratitude for the conversation that we've had and recognize that, as has been said, these are not new issues. They're not specific or unique to this particular place. It's infuriating to see the same numbers over and over again. It feels offensive, and in that it feels as if there's some sort of an unspoken, statement that there's a reason that various populations can't do as well, and that feels there's something offensive in it. But I want to appreciate the fact that we struggled with this together as a group, and I will stand by. I think I'm the person who threw the word exceptional into this, and it's gotten batted around. I think we can be exceptional in that we're trying to I think that we're working together and that the intention is that we try to take a thing that is wrong and is wrong in all of these various places and do something special and different, and think about changing the way early childhood education is delivered, or the you know, so that it's not too late by the time we're, you know, performing these assessments, that we don't already have these entrenched things that we really should have been targeting and like shining a light on years earlier. I just want to say that I look forward to coming back to the board and having, you know, staff reports and review and discussion items that are talking about what we are doing differently and what is new to this year, what we're continuing because we think it was a good start last year or the year before, and what we are like doing new now that has never been done before, that we think is actually going to lead us into the better place because of all of these reasons. And I have faith in the people who are going to be sitting around all the various tables to work on this. And I get that it's not going to be quick, but I also get that there is urgency. And I very much want to make sure that we do have numerous returns to this conversation where we're not just presenting data that makes us feel how we feel, because we don't want to look at those numbers constantly, and where we can feel energized by the new things and the new life that's being breathed into this conversation and the new initiatives that we're moving forward with.
Thank you. So we do have 2 public comments that I'll move to in a second when we get our timer. Go ahead, Shannon.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to thank you all for this discussion today. And I realize it's really late and it's a difficult discussion. I wanted to bring up 2 things that didn't really get much play today. One is that, you know, we talked a lot about the T3 results, but there was no discussion about the change between the T1 to T3. And if I remember correctly, we also looked at some of these results at the end of the year, maybe the last board meeting of the year, and we saw a pretty significant increase at some of the campuses in terms of the kids who were designated at moderate to high risk over the course of the year. And I just think it's really important to keep our eye on that and to recognize sort of the damage of what happened last year and the shutdown of schools, and to always be thinking about how we can prevent something like that happening again. And then secondly, you know, I think parents are I haven't been mentioned here as partners. And one of the things I just wanted to share was how difficult it was for me to get my own child's results. And I will say I had little difficulty getting my middle schoolers results, but it took multiple emails to the principal, maybe 3 emails to the principal, a phone conversation with the principal, and at least 2 emails to the assistant superintendent of the school district, the former assistant superintendent, before I was able to see the results. And I think that's really unacceptable. I think parents need to be included in this conversation, and we can't help our kids if we don't see their test results and see how they're doing. And at a meeting last year, we were told those results would be sent out, those individual results would be sent out in July, and we still don't have them for last year. I'd like to request that be, be prioritized so that we can see how our kids are doing. It's helpful to see aggregate results, but we also need to see those individual results, and we shouldn't have to be like me to get them.
Thank you. Julie.
Hi, I'm Julie Busgang, and I'm a reading intervention teacher at Marin School. And I just wanted to say that there are some things that I am excited about and hopeful about that in trying to make a shift in this data. And then there are also some exceptional circumstances that we need to understand in terms of what last year looked like, and maybe we're not doing as badly, in some regards. Just knowing that, last year was such an unusual year, and we're hearing all over the nation about this drastic learning loss. And, you know, if we look at it in that framework as an overall, we're not as bad as one might have feared, but we're clearly not reaching everybody in the same way. And, you know, Shannon's comment about parents is one that we can also consider. What we don't have in our data is how many of the people who are being successful are getting outside additional support because of advantages that their families are able to provide for them. So the whole picture of how kids are doing isn't just what we do in school, but what we do in school is what we have control over. So I would love us to be looking at data around where are places that are doing this successfully. What does the evidence show us about what works? And then let's try and use that. And along those lines, I've been doing a lot of training in evidence-based practices around reading. There's going to be a really excellent workshop tomorrow on the science of reading that the district is helping fund for me to do. Kareem Weaver, who is the head of the NAACP in Oakland, has taken on some really strong sort of advocacy around having effective reading practices for all students in Tier 1. And our district last year, with Marie Williams' leadership, wrote that into our LCAP plan. And some of the administrators are going to be going to a workshop to learn more about the science of reading next week, and thinking about what we can be doing as a district so that we're more effectively using that information and the data that has been gained other places so that we can put those practices in place to help our kids be successful.
Thank you so much. Mary.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having this conversation and for sharing yet again some very disappointing and dismal data, especially for some of the groups. I'd like to thank Vice President Doss for continuing to be the lone voice in the wilderness and being joined by Trustee Duran and Trustee Boyd. One thing that stood out for me during the presentation was one comment, and I don't believe that the principal from Ocean View meant it in this way, but it really stood out that when talking about the results for students with disabilities, they were low as one would expect. And it made me think of the phrase, the low bigotry of low expectations. And we know that when we have low expectations of our students, we are setting them up for failure. So that is something that I'd ask all of you to consider. Dr. Wells asked everyone present not to personalize this, but I'm sorry to say, Dr. Wells, this is very personal. This is about our students. So we take it personal, and because we take it personal, we have to work hard to provide for better outcomes for our students. And there are two items still up for discussion later today, and I'll make the appropriate comment then, but one of them is the evaluation of the superintendent and how we can integrate the achievement of those who are not achieving into the evaluation of the superintendent. And the other one is the use of the ESSER funds for which you could use them to develop UDL, multi-tier systems of support, positive behavioral interventions and supports, and co-teaching. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremiah.
Hi, I just need 30 seconds real quick. You know, this has been a tough couple of years for everybody. Learning is difficult for everybody. Senior citizens got to learn how to use Zoom. You know, so just don't forget that there's something called learning curve or something. When you do something the first time, it takes you 10 minutes. Well, when you do the same thing a second time, you know, maybe 9 minutes, and then faster and faster. So the more you do something, the better you get at it. And we're all getting really good practice at wearing our masks, doing this Zoom in a pandemic, vaccines, got to go get a COVID test every week. Oh my gosh. So I just want to say, hey, everybody, keep up the good work. We're living in some crazy times right now. And there's a lot of emotions going on, but we're all doing the best we can. So there's a learning curve. And also, I think that's all the time I need. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all of our public comment. All right, so I want to thank the principals again, especially for sticking with us through a discussion that I think is a much more revealing a much bigger discussion, not really about the three of you. So I really appreciate you staying up almost until tomorrow, and I want to wrap this up so that you can go to bed. And we look forward to future conversations. I think I agree with others that we're all on the same page and committed to moving this work forward, and we're all feeling quite motivated, but also eager to see some real progress. And I know we all feel the same way. So thank you again. And we will move now to we have to close up this item and then we need to extend our meeting. So I'm gonna let you all go. Thank you again. And board, we were supposed to be done at 11:15. We have two more items. Review and action item, the superintendent's annual goals and objectives, and the ESSER expenditure plan priorities, each of which is scheduled to be a half hour. So if we're going to do both of those, we would need to extend the meeting by an hour, and I'm also going to request that we take a short break.
I move that we extend the break by 1 hour with a 6-minute break.
Extend the meeting by an hour. Like you said, extend the break for an hour.
Oh, sorry.
Extend the meeting for an hour with a 6-minute break. Okay.
With a 6-minute break, correct.
Second.
Student trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Vice President Doss. I'm sorry, I lost track of where I was. Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Durand?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, please come back. We're down to 5 minutes, so please be quick and come back at 12 a.m.
See you all in the morning.
All right, it's 12:01. Can't see if everybody's here, but I'm starting. Trustee Dana, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. My dad actually just came down and he made the executive decision for me to get some sleep as I have a math test at 8:30 tomorrow. So, which I haven't studied for yet. So, I will be seeing you guys next week or in 2 weeks actually. And well, actually next week I think. But thank you for the meeting, and I'll be watching the last hour or so on my own time. Looks like.
Oh, student trustee Allison Dana.
Good luck on your test.
Remember what I told you.
Yep.
And I agree 1000% with what your dad said. And so tell him what I said. I told you. So
okay.
Good
All
to
right.
hear.
I
That
will.
made me smile.
Okay. Have a great night, everyone, or morning, everyone.
You too. Get some rest. Good luck. You're gonna do great.
Great. All right. What's our next item? Review and action, the superintendent's annual goals and objectives for 21-22.
Madam Chair, President Hinckley, did you want to turn that over to me?
Yep,
Or
this
yet?
is all you.
Well, not yet. Great. Just a little background information. The superintendent goals is a negotiated item between the board and the superintendent. A couple of years ago, I thought it would be a great idea, and I still do believe that I share those goals, or we share those goals with the community in the spirit of being transparent, so that folks know what our priorities are. And our goals, generally speaking, are congruent with our LCAP goals.
Your attention, please.
Well, it got our attention.
Hot mic.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's so. Anyway, sorry
who's
about the
talking.
interruption. That was background information. Sorry about that. Background. So any event, if we can put the posted goals, Ms. Shin, not the background information, goals would be great. So I could be really quick, just kind of go over them. Goal number one is our student achievement goal. It's similar to last year with a few changes in the objectives. And I want to just spend time highlighting the changes in the objective. Objective 1.2, develop and implement a system for using local and state assessment data to inform decisions about resources and practices specifically related to closing the achievement gap. So we put a lot of emphasis on the achievement gaps and closing them. Objective 1.3 under student achievement, we have developed a plan for closing the achievement gaps among our targeted groups, special education, English language learners, low income, Latino, and African American students. And then we have Objective 1.4, oversee the completion of a special education audit that evaluates district fundamental practices and develop effective processes for timely assessment. So what we tried to do there was address our deficiencies and put them as part of the superintendent evaluation because we believe what gets evaluated is what gets done. So our second goal for goal 2, support the whole child. And so we have objective 2.1.
This is security advice.
I'm going to pause for a moment. I'm sorry about the interruption. Objective 2.1, take measurable targeted action to increase the number of students who have a positive relationship with staff and peers and feel safe. That's important because that was a result of the data we had over in Healthy Kids, and we saw some areas of concern, and we thought we put those concerns in the evaluation in the form of objective. Objective 2.2, reduce the chances of COVID-19 outbreaks and minimize classroom closures through rigorous testing and tracing. For those who were paying, may have noticed that at the beginning of the year, we didn't have the infrastructure that we needed to keep all the classrooms open, at least throughout the year. And so that was a priority to our community and to us as well. And so that's reflected in our superintendent evaluation. Goal number 3, communication. Objective 3.1, continue to improve quality of communication at all levels, internal staff communication, school site communication, and community outreach. Increase availability of communication in multiple languages. Now this is a shift because we only did it, unfortunately, and it was sad, and we acknowledged it, in English. Now we're doing it in multiple languages, just as we should. It shows respect for various members of our community and to our community in its entirety. Objective 3.2, increase outreach to and collaborate with stakeholders from historically disenfranchised communities and decision-making processes, meaning that we have to do something different to recruit these parents, stakeholders, who kids have historically not made it, but they historically have not participated in our institutions as well. And so we wanted that to look very different this year. So I welcome that goal. And then fiscal financial stability, objective 4.1, engage in a process that will result in a solvent budget for multiple years, year 1 and 2 years out, as determined and approved by the County Office of Education and California Department of Education. And so they already have standards, universal standards, and we didn't want to deviate from that. We want to stay consistent with their standard. And then here's the 5th goal that was added. No, not 5th goal, not that was added, but the 3rd objective that was added in the 5th goal. Ensure that the district facility projects are overseen effectively and are successfully utilized. Objective 5.1, manage all construction projects to ensure expeditions completion, adherence to budget, attention to stakeholders' input, along with holding vendors financially accountable. And we want to continue doing that. Objective 5.2, continue to transition from construction to effective utilization of new facilities, particularly in regard to reducing environmental impacts, making sure we train our staff on how to use these 21st century buildings with very fancy and up-to-date gadgets, if you will. And then finally, we added another objective, 5.3. We have no business in Berkeley. We need to be back in Albany. We are Albany Unified School District, not Berkeley. And so we're have 5.3, create and execute a plan. It must be morning because I'm tired. With a timeline to move to the district office from Berkeley back to Albany. And I'm excited about having that opportunity to work with a team to put together a plan and have that executed. So district office will once again be in Albany, accessible to our community. And that's what we wanted to share with the community. And that is where we are. And I'm willing to entertain any questions that anybody might have around our superintendent annual goals and objectives.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to add a bit of context and then bring up one issue that Trustee Boyd had brought up earlier. So the first bit of context is that next Wednesday, the board will have a workshop where we take up these goals and objectives and finalize the board's goals and objectives for the year. And that is a public session item. That's an open meeting. So that's one bit of context, is there will be another discussion about goals and objectives for the district. The second piece of context is that the rest of the evaluation, as Dr. Wells said, the rest of the superintendent evaluation process is a closed session item because it's a personnel discussion. So as I mentioned earlier this evening, the board has approved the superintendent's evaluation matrix, which has these goals and objectives and then a set of metrics for what constitutes performance on each of those. So that's just the context. And then the comment was that Trustee Boyd had wanted to make a change to objective, I don't have it in front of me now, but I think it was 1.3. To replace special education with students with disabilities.
Thank you for that.
So I'm just reminding us of that. So when we move to, this is something we're going to be asked to vote on tonight. So if we have a motion on it, that I'm sure she would appreciate, all of us would appreciate that language being modified as part of that motion. And with that, I will turn it to the board for questions. All right, seeing none, I will look at the public comment. Trustee Duran.
I just had a question for the superintendent. I just wanted to know when the board might receive the follow-up information that you're going to provide us regarding performance indicators and measurement standards.
I would not be providing performance indicators and measurement standards. I would be providing, like I've done the last 2 years, a response to each of the goals and specific objectives. The tool is the measurement indicators. The tools that we talked about and been working on is the measurement indicators.
I don't know if we can really discuss it here, but since I raised it and if you're comfortable with responding, but we
Not if it's a personnel matter, it needs to be done in closed session.
Okay, then I'll talk about it in closed session.
Trustee Lear.
I will keep this brief, but I would like to see a goal relevant to specifically to teachers and staff. I think what we saw earlier today was an influx of the Albany Teachers Association, I believe. I think asking for a raise, but I think also what we've just talked about in like previous meetings is not only like thinking about the like social, like emotional health of our students, but also the wellness of our teachers. I think a lot of this is interconnected, but I think, and I'm not even quite sure which goal this would fall under, but I do think there does need to be a way in which like we address our teaching staff. And I don't know if that would fall under the superintendent's goals and objectives or the board's, but I think for when it like, yeah, when it comes to the future, that's something that we need to be thinking about.
I really appreciate hearing that. That's very thoughtful, reflective, and certainly something that needs to be addressed. So thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to take our public comment and then bring it back to the board. I will start with Jeremiah.
So the district office used to be in a portable in the village. So I'm wondering how many square feet do we need for a district office? I'm going to start looking. Also, I just went on realtor.com and stuff. There's a lot of commercial properties in Albany. There's even some on Jacuzzi Street that are very big. So just let me know how much square footage you need for a district office, and I'll keep looking.
Thank you. I don't see any other. Oh, Mary, go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you, board. I had asked a couple of board members to request that this item be moved away from review and action into a review and discussion so that it could come back into review as a review and action item for the next board meeting. Because it seems that the public, and I understand the comment that Superintendent Wells made a moment ago about how this has to be a negotiated item between the superintendent and the board, but because the superintendent is a public position and this public position affects the entire population that the superintendent oversees, it seems appropriate that this should be an item that is open for discussion in open session and also for input from the public at large. But even if that is not the case, that this is going to be voted on and it has already been approved, I'd like to thank the board member who asked that the phrase students with disabilities replace a special education with a person first language. I'd like to say that objective 1.4 is not appropriately ambitious, to borrow a phrase from special education. Objective 2.1 is especially applicable to students with disabilities. We're glad that in objective 3.1, you are addressing the issues of the multilingual community that lives in Albany and attends AUSD. Just generally, because of time running out, I'm looking forward to the board session that you'll be holding next week so that we can make sure that the superintendent and the board is appropriately accountable for all students in this district.
Great, thank you. All right, trying to make sure there's dealt with the Zoom comments. Okay, coming back to the board, are there any other comments or questions before we entertain motions? Seeing none, somebody can make a motion if they would like to adopt these goals and objectives for the superintendent tonight. And as I said, we'll have a discussion next week about district goals and objectives. Yeah, Vice President Doss, go ahead.
Yeah, so we are going to have a discussion next week to kind of really, dive into the goals and things of that nature. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve.
I second that motion.
Can I just ask for a point of clarification for the minutes? This is a motion to approve with that change in 1.3. Is that correct?
That's
I believe so, but Vice President Doss should restate the motion just to confirm.
Thank you.
Yes, so I move that we approve with the changes that were presented by Trustee Boyd.
So objective 1.3 will read, where it says special education will read instead students with disabilities.
Correct. So
Second stands.
I second.
Okay. So student trustee Lyra.
Yes.
Okay. President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
No, because I believe there's some extensions that needed to be included. So I vote no.
Okay. And Vice President Doss.
Well, wait a minute. If there were, so because if we complete and finish the vote, then the extensions that Trustee Duran mentioned, we won't be able to discuss at this time. But do these need to be? Can we discuss these now, or are these closed session items, Trustee Duran?
The superintendent already indicated that they're closed session items.
Okay, so then how does that work, President Hinckley, if we have closed session items that we need to discuss before?
I mean, that depends on you. You made the motion. So
Right.
if you're willing to adopt these goals and objectives without further discussion, then the motion would stand. I believe Trustee Duran wants further discussion of the instrument itself. I'm just restating her position because she can also speak for herself.
Yeah.
But the goals and objectives, we as a board approved the evaluation instrument earlier tonight in closed session. This item is to approve that set of goals and objectives as the superintendents for this year. So that would mean we're not going back to this, but yeah, go ahead, Superintendent Wells.
Yeah, point of clarification, this is not the instrument tool, the matrix. This is the agreed upon board and superintendent, the board goals for the superintendent for 2021, 2022. And we are already in the month of, middle of the month of October.
So I think we also, if we're just to follow process, we need to finish the vote on the motion unless Vice President Doss, you are no longer wanting to make that motion.
I'm no longer wanting to make that motion. I'm going to make a change. And it looks like Trustee Davidson had her hand up, so we can go there.
Well, I think there's the process questions here, which was, I feel like we were expecting something else to come in the next steps that just got changed in the open session here. And that's what Trustee Duran is referring to. And then kind of we're told that we can't have that component that I was anticipating we were going to get as well. So I feel like there's been kind of a confusion and a quick switch of what was going to come with which part. So Vice President Doss, maybe we could reflect that in a motion, or or maybe we're just not quite ready. And I'm not sure, Trustee Duran, if what you're looking for, and Dr. Wells, maybe you can help guide us, if it's supposed to be in these goals or if it was supposed to be in the metrics that we approved in closed session earlier, but we approved them with the understanding that we were getting this other part as part of this.
It may be that the part you are looking for, Trustee Duran, is the how that we were told, I'll bring to you a plan for achieving these goals and objectives. So my understanding from that conversation was it's not the goals and objectives themselves that there's any remaining debate over. The issue is, when will the board be getting action plans for these objectives? So maybe that is a question you could start with Superintendent Wells, just so that we understand what your next steps are.
Yeah, this is our third year in the process, and that hasn't changed. I mean, the superintendent brings the board the action step that they're going to take for each goal and objective once the goals are approved. You're not going to get the other before the goals are approved. They have to have approved goals for the superintendent. Then the superintendent develops a plan for each of the goals and objective for each column. And so nothing changed there. So you don't bring that before you approve the goals, you do it after.
Go ahead, Trustee Davidson.
I think that what we're looking for is to make sure that there are clear and measurable markers within the plan so that when we do our assessment, we know exactly what we're basing it off of. And so if we're approving the goals, then the second step of that you would bring to us would be your plan with some indicators that we could use as our measurement tools. I think that's what, Trustee Duran, correct me if I'm wrong.
I thought that there's two different things we have here. We have a measurement tool called the matrix that we worked on the tool. The rubric, that's the measuring stick. The goal is different. And so if there's something else that's being added at this hour, that's new. And then now I'm puzzled.
I don't think there's anything being added that's new. I think the question is just, and maybe, I don't know if this can be part of what we agree on tonight or vote on, or is when will we find out, when will we get the plans that you've mentioned about, you figure out the how and you develop the plans for these, when will the board see those plans?
Well, typically the last couple of years, what I would do at the mid-year that I request in January is that I would list all the things that we've done around, and I usually do that with my staff. But if the board is asking this year differently to get that sooner, I think a 2 or 3 week turnaround is realistic. After the goals, but only after the goals are approved. You don't do it before the goals are approved. You can't.
I don't think it's a timeline that we're concerned about. I think it's the what's included in the plan, so that when you give us the plan steps, that we know that, okay, it's going to have what we have asked for many times is, the zoom in on these things, so that we are not just giving these ambiguous, large sort of metrics that are very hard to actually figure out, is someone meeting those? And so to help us to meet those, we were looking for some more concrete details in what you were bringing us. So I guess, is there a way that we can form a motion that what you bring us for these goals would have that? Or is it,
I think that it feels like we're getting into all of the how and the style of my work. And then that's where it becomes really, really complicated. That it feels like, and be real candid as a team member, that the board wants to do the what and the how. And so once you've done the what, I would like to have the freedom and the liberty to do the how. And so if there's a particular style the board wants me to do collectively, we can talk about that. But the matrix is the measurement tool that you use to determine the efficacy of the work that I do this year.
Yeah, so I don't, I agree. I agree there. And I don't want to get into what the plan is. So that's not my, I do want to make sure that we do receive the plan once it is developed. So can we add language that says that the board will indeed receive the plan once it is developed? So can we add that language within this? The board will receive a plan once it's developed. What's in that plan, what goes into that plan is still you and your team developing that, working through that, the plans, how that's done. The how is still done by the superintendent and the team. I am personally not trying to get into the how, but I do want to see the plan that is developed by you and your team. So I'd like to see the how. I don't want to help develop it. So including that in the language, then that way I feel as if the board will receive the plan. If Trustee Durham wants to like take a closer look at it and then, you know, have more detailed discussions during her one-on-one with the superintendent, things like that, then they can kind of dive into that. But we have the language saying that we'll receive the plan. And so if we could do it that way, then I'm comfortable with bringing this motion and voting on it.
So would you like to make a motion that we adopt these goals and objectives with a clear next step of what we will receive next and when,
Yeah.
for example?
Yeah, I like that. So I'd like.
Hold on. Let me pause right there. Hold on.
Okay.
Because some of this is closed session. Remember, part of the language is negotiated with me. We don't do it in open session. If it's something that's going to be changed, we go to closed session and we negotiate that. This is a surprise to me, and I don't take surprises too well. So we have contracts in place for a reason. Remember, this is a negotiable item. If there's going to be changes, this is a closed session discussion about the changes. It sounds as if the board wants to do the what and the how, and then micromanage. You can't hold me accountable if you go down that route. I can't do my job.
Well, I want to be clear that I don't want to get into the how. I just would like to read it once it's done, so that I know
Fair enough.
What I'm evaluating on. I don't want to like all the meetings that go into. I don't want to like any of that. Once it's done and the plan, everything, once the essay is done, I just want to grade it. I don't want to help you write it, to put it in terms of like.
All right, I'm gonna try to move us to some kind of motion or resolution. Trustee Duran.
If I could just clarify, maybe for the superintendent, yes, we did do a matrix and really spent a lot of time on it. That matrix really was for part one of your objectives. Part two is where much more detail in terms of the steps, the activities, the how you were going to accomplish it was lacking. And I had in fact thought that we were going to be getting that sooner than later. So I am concerned that that the how be given to us soon and not in January or in June. It should be, you have it well thought out as to step by step what you're going to be doing to accomplish those objectives. So I'm just trying to clarify what it was I was concerned about, because I did not see that. And I just wanted to be sure that it's in there and if we get it on a timely basis, which means in my mind.
So, sorry.
That's okay.
So I'm going to suggest that it does seem to me like everyone agrees that these are the goals and objectives. There is ambiguity about what happens next. And I think I don't know that all of that is a closed session discussion. I think some of it is normal board, when will we see the plan for this or that? But I'm going to suggest we separate those two things so that we can approve the goals and objectives and let the superintendent begin his work, and then use the future agenda items discussion to discuss, okay, what happens next? When do we see different pieces of, when do these different objectives begin to take shape for us? But I think we need to separate these two, because I do think we're talking about sort of two different things. So I'm going to go back and see if there is a motion to approve these goals and objectives for the year. And then when we get to future agenda items, we can see what comes out of that. And maybe that's a further specific closed session evaluation discussion. We can talk about that.
So I move that we approve the goals and objectives with the change that Trustee Boyd mentioned at the beginning of the discussion, and with the separation that was just suggested from President Hinckley.
Second.
Student trustee Lyra,
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
trustee Jerome,
Yes.
vice president Doss,
Sorry. Yes.
president Hinckley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. So our superintendent's annual goals and objectives for this 21-22 school year are approved. And we move to our last item, review and discussion of the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funding plan.
This is our last item, and this will be done by our assistant superintendent, Dr. Ann Shin. I did want the board to know that I'm struggling with the internet. I'm going in and out. If I go out, Alexia will step in. Executive Director Richie would step in for me, but I'll try to get back as soon as possible. So I'm having internet issues. I think I went out twice already.
Ms. Shen, can you please bring up the presentation?
Certainly. Thought I did. I'm sorry.
Okay,
You don't want the
thank you.
backup. You just want the presentation.
Yes, please. Let's
Okay.
get to it.
Thank you. Sounds good to me.
Excited to get this over with.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. This last presentation is regarding the funds of AUSD. The funds that AUSD has received, called the Elementary and Secondary Emergency Relief Funds, otherwise known as ESSER 3. School districts that receive ESSER funds under the American Rescue Plan Act, referred to as ESSER 3 funds, are required to develop a plan for how they will use their ESSER 3 funds. In the plan, an LEA must explain how it intends to use its ESSER 3 funds to address students' academic, social, emotional needs and opportunity gaps that may have existed before or worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. In developing the plan, the district has flexibility to include community input and/or actions included in other planning documents, such as the Local Control Accountability Plan, Learning Continuity Plan, Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant, provided that the input and actions are relevant to the district's plan to support students. Next slide, please. The objectives of this presentation are to provide information about the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, ESSER 3, and seek board and community input related to AUSD expenditure priorities. Next slide, please. What is ESSER 3? It is federal funding provided to local educational agencies through Section 2001 of the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund to address the impact of COVID-19 on elementary and secondary schools. Next slide, please. What are the requirements of ESSER 3 and what will AUSD do to meet these requirements? The first requirement is to conduct community engagement to gather stakeholder input. We are currently conducting a thought exchange survey with our community That survey was delivered through Parent Square on October 4th and will continue through October 14th. The second requirement is to adopt the plan at a public board meeting. And although a separate public hearing is not required, we wanted to make sure that the board and community had the opportunity to provide input ahead of developing the plan and before bringing the expenditure plan for approval at the October 26th meeting. The third requirement is to submit the board approved plan to Alameda County Office of Education for their approval by October 29th. We will make the submission to ACOE immediately following our board approval on the 26th. The last requirement is to make the plan publicly available on the district's website. We will post the plan on our website upon county approval. Next slide, please. ESSER 3 funds can be utilized in 3 distinct categories. And based on our past priorities identified by community input for LCAP, LCP, ELO, some examples of potential expenditures are listed here. The first category is for strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning. Some priority expenditures in this category are PPEs, ventilation systems, COVID test kits, and support staff to administer COVID testing. The second category is addressing the impact of lost instruction time. Some priority expenditures in this category are support staff to deliver instruction, online resources to provide flexibility of learning, technology in the form of Chromebooks to enhance learning, and intervention programs to support additional and differentiated learning. The third category is the use of any remaining funds. This category exists to support needs of the district that may not be explicitly covered within the first 2 categories. And some of these needs that have been previously prioritized for AUSD are our Independent Studies Program, Nutrition Program, ACC Program, and before and after school care. Next slide, please. Based on these categories and past input from our community, the following priorities list has been generated and has been shared in our survey. We have asked for feedback on the following question. The district has received elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund totaling $1.3 million. These funds must be spent during the 2020-21, 21-22 school years. Which of the following do you think should be the district's highest priorities? And here are the list of those potential priorities. Tonight, we asked the board the same question and asked for your input on which of the following you think should be the district's highest priorities. Next slide, please. Our next steps are to collate and analyze survey results along with the board and community input from tonight to develop the ESSER 3 expenditure plan that is aligned to the data and feedback. Then at the October 26th board meeting, we will present the plan for board approval. Once approved by the board, the plan will be submitted to ACOE for their approval. And upon ACOE approval, the plan will be posted on our district website. And that concludes this presentation. Thank you so much for your engagement.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for bringing this to us twice. So this is the first time, and next time we'll be approving it in 2 weeks, everybody. So now is the right time to ask questions. Yeah, Trustee Durham.
My first question is the superintendent still with us? So I can ask him a question. I can't tell.
Yeah, yes, I'm still here.
Okay, I get priorities and I see a long list of just things. And I wanted to ask first from you, your vision of given COVID and what happened with our students during that time, what are your recommendations? What are the ones you start in this list of things that would have an impact on the kids?
Well, first and foremost, it would be based on the kids' needs. And when we're talking about the additional monies on how to best service our kids, we take the collective input along with my input, which turns out to be congruent with our stakeholders' input of how to use the money. And so when you say my vision and what's on the list, how would I use the money? I would use it, and I'm generalizing, I would use it the way we've been using it, and it's based on the kids' needs as our priority lists come up. For example, we end up spending money and have to pivot to keep kids in school because we felt that was most important. And so we hired personnel, i.e. nursing assistants and nurses, to be at each one of our sites so that we can have the infrastructure to keep kids in schools. So that became a priority because you couldn't have a vision come to fruition and not have kids in school and educate them. And so what you're getting tonight is our recommendation, my recommendation, and right in front of you.
So all of those things, that long list there, right?
That's
for
correct.
example, for additional staff support, what specifically does that mean? See, I'm just not clear about, I mean, I could go through all of these and ask you specific
And
questions.
I appreciate those questions, Trustee Duran, because what makes the COVID era so frustrating, unlike in the past, we knew a lot. In this era, we know very little. And we're pivoting and pivoting and pivoting and pivoting based on things that come up and things sometimes we don't always anticipate. And that's the frustrating part. And that's why we have all these monies coming to us so that we can address these unique needs that are new to us. And so we do have find ourselves in with great frustration from time to time. But this is what we came up with, we grappled with based on stakeholders' input and things of that sort. And that's what we're recommending to the board so that we can continue spending the money where we think our kids need it most.
Okay, I'll just say a couple things because everybody should have ample time to talk at what time in the morning? 12:30, whatever. Anyway, real quick. See, in terms of additional staff support, I would say, what is the support that the kids need? And given our discussion earlier about the T3 of the assessments, I would say for those kids at the very top of high risk performance, those are the kids should get some support. And I'm not thinking about what we already have, which are our intervention, plus the fact that it's hard to find staff these days, but rather something like tutoring, that each of these children would each get a tutor for a certain amount of time to help them catch up if that's possible, to help them do better in their coursework right now. So that would be a priority for me. Sanitation.
Duran, I would agree with you, and that's something we can do, and that's why we wanted to get the board input. I think that's an excellent idea. Just so you know, I think that is powerful. I don't know if we can give each kid their own tutor, but we can certainly get tutors for kids where they can work in sections of 30 minutes apiece with kids, small groups of kids if we need to. But I don't know whether or not we can do a tutor for each kid. We would have to do it. We would have to cost it out. But the tutoring is an excellent intervention and acceleration.
Okay, and just two more things I'll mention, then I'll be quiet. The purchasing of the sanitation and cleaning supplies. Well, we've sort of found out that sanitation's always good at schools, no question about that. But in terms of COVID, they really don't find that the wiping every day, twice a day is very effective, or it matters rather. So that's one I would put at the bottom of the list. The educational technology, now I get the one-on-one, which obviously we saw during COVID where there were kids that did not have computers at home. But once again, I would zero in very specifically because I know we've how many computers have we bought? The Chromebooks? Thousands, right? 2,000. I don't know what the exact number is, but I would really focus on, once again, the kids that don't have the computers at home that need them, because here in Albany, we know we have a lot of parents that have provided computers, that can provide computers in the home for their kids. And we need to focus on those kids that if we had to close down again for poor quality air day, whatever, they would have the computer at home. And then the computers at school would be for specifically in each classroom, right? So that the teachers can use the computers with all their students in the classroom. So, okay, that's a couple of the things that I would focus on. So I'll be quiet now and let others give their opinion.
I just want to say we appreciate the input, and so we take it seriously. So thank you for that, Trustee Duran.
Other comments, questions? For myself, I guess it's a little hard to weigh these different priorities without knowing which things we need money for and which things we feel like we have enough money for. So I feel like it's really hard for me to balance these. I would agree with Trustee Duran that cleaning and sanitization does not seem like a vital piece of the puzzle for keeping schools open. I guess without knowing anything about what you're envisioning in terms of spending on these items or which items we really need money for, I guess I would think in terms of priorities, which are kind of in the earlier slide. I know the slide above this is not a priority list, but I would say my first priority is to make sure that we have everything operational to keep our schools open and keep kids in school. So to whatever extent we need to use this money for that, I think that's important. And then once that need is met, which I feel like I've heard is pretty much met, that we have the testing, it's not a funding issue, it's more staffing and other challenges, that my next priority would be sort of what Trustee Duran described. How do we address the impact of lost instructional time, specifically for kids that were already behind or are now behind, or whatever kinds of targeted support and interventions you feel like we need to use the funding for. And then, there's this bottom sort of catch-all category if you don't spend the money. So I guess for me, it's hard to prioritize that long list, but I would prioritize if there are things we need to spend money on to make sure our schools stay open and kids are staying in person, that would be my first priority. And then the second would be helping kids catch up if they need that support, and whatever form that takes. And it's hard for me to know what form that, which of these bullets that falls under, whether it's, I don't really see an item in here that's along the lines of what Trustee Duran described in terms of tutoring, for example. So whatever, I don't know if that means this funding couldn't be used for something like that, but I'm not seeing a category in here that's directly supporting students. That would be one of my priorities. Go ahead, Trustee Davidson.
So I will kind of follow that up with the same comment. It's really hard to just sort of have this list of things. My understanding was this is the list so that families could rate these. And I went through and did the survey, and then it was really interesting to see sort of the word cloud at the end. And my understanding of that was that it was kind of prioritizing things, and definitely like the top two words were small for and like class size or something. And so I think that to see just in the preliminary that was a priority from the community out of about 500 responses that were filled in when I took it, I would say that I would prioritize additional support staff, and I would hopefully look at a way for that to impact as many kids as possible. So perhaps in the form of putting, an additional, I know that when our class sizes were big in Albany years and years ago, 27 kids in like a second grade, we put a paraeducator in for a couple hours a day during math and reading instruction so that they could pull small groups and support. So looking at things like that, I don't want to get into the how you guys choose to do it, but I do think that it would be really helpful for us to see what things have already kind of happened and been taken care of, and what things we're looking at as future needs out of these lists, and if we're looking at this funding to address things we've already done to offset a budget, or if we're looking at this funding as being able to fund things into the future, would really help frame my decision.
Trustee Lyra.
My comment is really similar to what you said, President Hinckley, and what you just said, Trustee Davidson, but just also from the student perspective, it's hard for me to walk into this and also feel like I can like properly represent the student voice when I don't think that I would be able to like fully like represent what is like most necessary. I would have liked for there to have been like a survey sent out to students as well. And I wonder if that's like, if we have time to do that, because I do think that like getting direct student input, at least from, yeah, like the secondary schools, about what we think that like we want to prioritize in terms of funding, I think could be helpful. But just in general, I don't really know what is like, yeah, I like looking at all of this at this list in my head, these things cost completely different amounts of money. And so I like immediately just want to stick to like the slide that says how can ESSER 3 funds be utilized, because that seems like more straightforward and like seems like a tier list of okay, like number 1 priority, number 2, number 3, rather than like all of these things that I think are just not like equally necessary in one way or another. So yeah, like point 1 is that, yeah, I think this is a little bit hard for me to come to as a student without getting like a survey out to the student body about what they think is necessary. And then point 2 is that it's just generally a bit overwhelming for me to like compare everything. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Dr. Shen or Superintendent Wells, is there more we can provide in the way of what you need in order to develop this and bring it back?
No, I think we heard what you said, and we can huddle up and reflect and see how we can adjust. Dr. Shen, your thoughts?
First, response to Trustee Lyra, yeah, we completely agree with you. We really want the student feedback. We're working with IT to get a student list and the ability to communicate this with you. The former platform that we used in Touch, that was the one we were going to try to utilize, but we've just found out we were unable to do it for some reason, but we're working on it right now. So please look forward to a survey going out to students this week as soon as we work out the kinks of that. Thank you for bringing that up. And so this plan, it works in collaboration with all of the other plans that I mentioned previously, the LCAP, the LCP, the ELO. So it's almost like receiving supplemental funds or a bonus of funding on top of what we've received to mitigate the impact of COVID, which was identified in all of the plans before. So many of these priorities, again, are listed because they were identified as priorities in those prior plans. And some of these items, you're right, may be being covered with the monies in those other plans. So I would have to now go back, taking a look at those survey results and seeing what comes up to the top, and then looking back on those other plans to see if that item was already addressed with the monies in those other plans. And if they were already addressed, then of course we would not, although we are able to restate them in this plan as well. So for instance, I can cite the LCAP, but if the ongoing need exists per se, let's say that TSA position, let me just bring that up at the top because I presented that for the Fast Bridge that you approved last school year. It was stated in the LCAP, but was not necessarily covered with the funding in that LCAP. Then we can shift it back over to this plan and utilize this funding source. So that would be my task as a result of the survey and your feedback today, to take a look back at those other plans to see which priorities were already addressed and already funded, and which priorities still remain and need to be funded with this additional funding source that serves similar purposes.
Thank you. Vice President Doss.
Oh, yeah. I was just hoping that there could be a focus on early child education, thinking about, learning loss and, what students are struggling with. So kind of focusing in on that. I think that it kind of helps address a lot of the other issues that we talked about. So I know that we have to be very specific with how we spend these funds, but I think that we can be specific and general at the same time and use these funds to kind of solve one problem, well, solve more than one problem, but kind of grouping it into that early child. How we do that is on you all, right? But focusing in on that, I think would be a great opportunity.
Trustee Durand.
I just wanted to, remind everybody that we just went through a painful conversation about our kids and how they did or didn't do on the Bass Bridge assessments. So, we talked about acting and addressing immediately or, what are we going to do for those kids? And now we have an opportunity with 1.3 million to do something with those very kids at the some risk and the high risk, very doable group of kids. So I think this is an opportunity to start actually diving into what we can do. Hey, 1.3 is a good chunk of change for a place like Albany. So let's use it, I think, where it's most needed, which is with those kids specifically.
Thank you. So I think that's your guidance from the board. This will come back to us as a review and action item in 2 weeks on the 26th, and there is a public comment. Go ahead, Neri.
Thank you. My computer has been not working well, so let me know if you can actually hear me.
We can hear you.
Thank you. So thank you, Trustee Durand, for making that last point. As a matter of fact, back when the district conducted this same survey in mid-May, the Albany Disability Squad met to agree on some suggestions. And so here are the three suggestions that the group made back then and agreed on. First one, establish a program for all families and caregivers whose children experienced learning loss or psychological impact during the pandemic, to rapidly assess student needs and immediately address those needs by funding research-based programs that address individualized needs of the student. Second, to provide intensive professional development for both general education and special education teachers and implement UDL, multi-tier systems of support, positive behavioral interventions and supports, and co-teaching. And this is to meet the needs of all students in general education and significantly increase students with disabilities being educated in general education most or all of the school day. And finally, implement programs including additional full academic years designed to increase graduation rates for vulnerable students at risk. And finally, I'd be remiss not to mention that there's a lot of rhetoric about how our teachers are essential personnel, but if they are essential, I think they should be compensated accordingly as people who are indispensable to the development and growth of our children. So please also consider taking into consideration and meeting the request of the teachers in Albany Unified. Thank you much.
Thank you. All right, that's the only public comment I see. So we will close this item out. I will talk slowly in case anybody else has a hand to raise. Seeing none, we are done with our review and discussion item. I will take upcoming agenda items,
I have
or
one-
we can adjourn.
I have
Yep,
one.
go ahead.
Math intervention.
All right. Trustee Duran.
I have three. And actually the students already mentioned it, the Indigenous Peoples' Day, either as a school holiday or a school day with focused on special events around Indigenous people. Second, it's really a clarification. I've brought it up before, and I just want to know if it, in fact, President Hinckley is on that bucket list, which is poor air quality days and what's going to happen with the kids. And we need to be very specific and have details as to exactly what's going to happen and not just the guidance from the county. So is it an agenda item? I mean, meaning on the bucket list somewhere?
I think that's an update, because we do have, the superintendent did create or update the matrix to show a change in when we would close schools. But I think what I'll do is ask for him to provide the board with a more detailed explanation of what happens in the intervening period before we close schools, and then we'll see if that needs further discussion. And then on the calendar, the holiday item, I'm going to add that this is the year when we would be re-evaluating, we would convene a calendar committee to review the potential calendar for the year starting 2023, because we are required to bargain our calendar and do it about essentially a year and a half in advance. So I will put your two items and the school calendar committee to make sure that that process is beginning.
Okay.
But wait, did you have a third one?
Yes, the third one.
Okay.
If it wasn't there already, I think I had mentioned prior, a staff vaccine mandate as an agenda.
Beyond the
item.
state one.
Beyond the state one,
I think-
correct.
Okay.
More as a work condition.
Trustee Davidson.
So I'm looking back at the issues bin and seeing that on August 31st, we put in a technology plan to agendize for fall 2021, highlighted needs attention quickly. And I just want to make sure that we are getting that on an upcoming agenda. Maybe, I know Superintendent Wells and I emailed about it, but just make sure that we get that on towards the end of the year when he wants it, but that it's on everybody's mind.
Got it. Trustee Lyra.
Developing a land acknowledgement to be recited at every board meeting.
That is also in our issues bin. Any other? Okay, I've got all that written down, and with that, we are adjourned, and we'll see everybody. I don't know. I make no commitments to knowing what comes next. We're all going to go to bed. See you when I see you.